Good morning and welcome to day 2 of our UNESCO World Conference on Education for Sustainable Development. It's good to have you back with us today, and if you're joining us for the first time, a warm welcome from UNESCO and the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research. Now, just a few notes for you as we get started this morning. We want to remind you that you can interact with us with this conference. You can use the chat function in your stream and in the various Zoom sessions and panels. You can write your thoughts and your comments, share those with us. You can also share and exchange on social media using the hashtag ESD for 2030 on Facebook and Twitter. And we also have a page on LinkedIn that you can join, ESD. And if you need translations, we have 5 primary languages available, English, French, German, Spanish, and Arabic, and also some sessions available in Russian and Chinese. You just need to use the translation toolbar at the bottom right hand of your screen to join us. Now, we're going to pick up right where we left off yesterday with our ministerial roundtable. If you were with us, you'll recall that this is where the ministers shared some of their country-level challenges and also made some of the commitments that they wanted to put in place to see this roadmap, ESD for 2030, through, to push this forward. Now, to do so, I'd like to hand over to Ms. Stefania Giannini again. She is the Assistant Director General of Education at UNESCO. She led the ministerial roundtable yesterday, and she'll be leading it again today. Good morning, Ms. Giannini. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Somaskanda, dear Sumi, and good morning, everybody. I'm very happy and pleased to moderate the second round of the Ministerial Roundtable on the implementation of the ESD, Education for Sustainable Development for 2030. The objectives of these 2 sessions is to present member states' plans and commitments to implement ESD for 2030, including regarding country initiatives on ESD for 2030 when applicable, and to discuss challenges and opportunities at country level. In particular, in light of the climate change, loss of biodiversity, and other environmental challenges. The discussion yesterday was really very, very interesting, inspiring, and I'm sure that we'll hear very, very important and inspiring statements from ministers today as well. Just to recall a few important information to ministers, statements should be limited to 3 minutes, and that those ministers or by minister who join live will be able to speak first, followed by the pre-recorded video messages we received that will be broadcast at the end. Statements will be uploaded on the conference platform, and I also want to acknowledge a number of countries who don't have the opportunity to speak during the roundtable, but have submitted statements supportive of ESD for 2030 and the Berlin Declaration. Thank you very much for this great support and commitment. Well, I think we can start with the first country and the first minister. I'm pleased to give the floor to the Deputy Minister of Science, Culture and Sports of Armenia, Ms. Zana Andresyan. Your Excellency, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Madam Director General, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank UNESCO and the government of Germany for convening this conference. The turbulent year that we have faced has proven that constructive dialogue and joint efforts matter now more than ever to address the current challenges. In this context, we believe that education can serve as a powerful tool supporting all the dimensions of sustainable development by providing everyone with knowledge and skills and helping them to fulfill the right to quality education. To achieve SDGs and avoid the catastrophe caused by COVID-19, we have taken the following three actions: avoiding and mitigating dropout and learning losses, accelerating digital transformation by increasing distance education opportunities, and achieving the pivotal goal of keeping schools open and supporting our teachers. We are convinced that in order to prioritize and protect education, schools and educational institutions are the last to close even in critical situations. This process should be accompanied by maintaining and increasing aid to education, as well as increasing financial investment in education. The situational approach implemented by Armenia that allows us a daily barrier-free learning process in small schools of rural communities and a flexible hybrid system in urban communities can serve as an example. Excellencies, while the international community was focused on the response and recovery from the crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, on September 27, 2020, Azerbaijan launched large-scale aggression against the Artsakh, Nagorno-Karabakh. Azerbaijan was directly supported by Turkey, which transported mercenaries and foreign terrorist fighters to Azerbaijan and deployed them against the people of Artsakh. During the war, Azerbaijan deliberately targeted peaceful settlements and civilian infrastructures, including educational institutions and cultural and religious sites. Over 81,000 children and youth have been deprived of their basic right to education. Moreover, neighboring areas of Armenia were also subjected to missile and drone attacks conducted by the Azerbaijani Armed Forces that damaged the secondary schools in the villages of Sot and Kut. This attack resulted in the temporary closure of all schools and educational institutions in the region. Armenia strongly believes that all boys and girls have the right to education without fearing violence or attacks. We reaffirm our strong commitment to education, which is fundamental to development and full enjoyment of human rights and freedoms. To conclude, I would like to welcome the adoption of the final document of this meeting, the Berlin Declaration on Education for Sustainable Development, and reaffirm our commitment to continue our active involvement in all joint efforts towards overcoming the effects of ongoing challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Andresian. And it's now my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Mukhtar Mamadov, Vice Minister of Education of Azerbaijan. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Dear Assistant Director General for Education, Ms. Stefani Giannini, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and privilege for me to participate in the Ministerial Roundtable on the implementation of education for sustainable development for 2030. Allow me to thank UNESCO and the Federal Ministry of Education and Research of Germany for providing us with this unique platform to discuss the implementation of ESD for 2030. The Republic of Azerbaijan promotes the development of knowledge, skills, values, and actions that are pivotal for successful implementation of SDGs. Despite the negative consequences of COVID-19 pandemic, the Ministry of Education continues to take necessary measures to ensure that education be the driving force for achieving the SDGs. Using this opportunity, allow me to highlight our most notable achievements driven from the SDGs. The SDGs targets were clearly incorporated into the education standards and curricula at all levels of education. The coverage of preschool education program for 5-year-old children run by the Ministry of Education enlarges on a yearly basis, reaching above 80%. The state program for the development of inclusive education for children with disabilities in the Republic of Azerbaijan in 2018-2024 ensures quality and inclusive education at all levels for persons with limited physical disabilities. In 2020, the Ministry of Education supported the successful application of 3 cities, Baku, Ganja, and Gabala, to UNESCO Global Network of Learning Cities, through which we aim to contribute to this promotion of SDGs within this network. While discussing our best practices, we should not forget challenges vis-a-vis the education sphere that we're immensely facing at a global scale, including COVID-19 pandemic, and unfortunately, locally, the aggression by the Republic of Armenia in the fall of 2020 that resulted in 20 teachers and 10 school children being killed, 16 school kids injured, and 60 schools destroyed indiscriminately. The Ministry of Education currently takes all necessary steps towards the restoration of destroyed schools and psychosocial support for education communities in the conflict-affected areas. In the meantime, as the Republic of Azerbaijan restored its territorial integrity, the ministry also aims at rebuilding and developing the education system in those areas. I believe that only by uniting our efforts for concerted actions and strengthening solidarity among our people, we can provide the basis for sustainable implementation of the ESDs. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marmadov. And I have the pleasure now to give the floor to Mr. Douglas Letsolatebe, Minister of Education, Research, Science and Technology of Botswana. Please, Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. UNESCO Director General, Heads of Delegation, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I wish to start my remarks by thanking UNESCO and the Federal Republic of Germany for co-hosting the 2021 World Conference on Education for Sustainable Development. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Botswana, I wish to assure you of our continued commitment, dedication, and strong support to the ideals and aspirations of UNESCO, particularly on the implementation of ESD for 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot deny the value of ESD in our lives, especially now that the effects of climate change are seriously threatening our existence, not only as human race, but the entire bionetwork. As such, we need to targeted action to strengthen implementation of ESD. Our collective experiences will go a long way in enhancing our efforts towards achieving the global agenda on sustainable development. Director of Ceremony, Botswana recognizes ESD as a priority area of development in her Vision 2036. The current National Development Plan 11, including programs at national and sector levels. We know that the education sector has a comparative advantage over other sectors, and we have continued to maximize on this advantage by developing an ESD-focused curriculum. The idea is for us to ensure maintenance of a holistic approach to ESD, as well as interrelatedness of economic, social, and environmental dimensions of sustainable development. Botswana has therefore made ESD a fundamental component for her core curriculum at all levels, with particular focus on environmental and climate change education. We commit to harnessing the power of ESD to redesign our societies during and after COVID-19 pandemic, and to encourage inter alia access to scientific knowledge and data sharing to facilitate research for evidence-based policies and democratic decision-making, as well as recognition of our indigenous technical knowledge to promote a sustainable transformation economy. Ladies and gentlemen, Botswana also promotes the use of open educational resource and affordable e-learning facilities for ESD, as well as harness the potential of new digital green technologies to ensure that access to development use of technologies is responsible, safe, equitable, and inclusive, and that it is informed by all assessment of risks and benefits. Despite these initiatives, ladies and gentlemen, we note that Botswana does not have a dedicated national policy on ESD. We therefore look forward to the outcome of the World Conference on ESD, as we believe that the knowledge and experience shared will provide guidance on direction we need to take to enhance our ESD implementation at national level. I thank you very much. Pula.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister Letsolatebe. And now it's my pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Minna Kele, Vice Minister of Education and Culture of Finland. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Distinguished colleagues, I wish to thank UNESCO and Germany for convening this conference ahead of UN summits on climate and biodiversity. The COVID-19 pandemic is yet another example of the interlinked complexities of the global challenges. Climate change and the loss of biodiversity amplify the risk of pandemics. which hit those harder who are in vulnerable positions, including girls and women. According to the UN Secretary General, humanity is waging a suicidal war on nature. In order to achieve the necessary sustainability transition, it is pivotal to put UNESCO's ESD for 2030 framework and roadmap into practice with a whole of society approach. Engaging all actors, young people, civil society, academia, and the private sector is the key. According to a joint Nordic vision adopted by our prime ministers, the Nordic region will be the most sustainable region in the world by 2030. During the ongoing Finnish presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers, SDG 4.7 is emphasized. For example, we aim at strengthening teachers' competencies in ESD through collaboration of the Nordic teacher networks. In Finland, we want to ensure that all citizens are equipped with the future skills. The government is investing heavily in continuous learning, science, and innovation, and aims to raise the educational level of society as a whole. In Finland, ESD is integrated in all levels of education. Our national core curriculum for general upper secondary education was recently updated with a strengthened attention on climate action. The higher education institutes have announced their commitment to integrate sustainable development extensively in degrees provided. Education is not only a fundamental human right, it's pivotal for democracy and for making evidence-based decisions. In Finland, we are currently celebrating a national year of research-based knowledge. Critical thinking and media literacy have become life-saving skills. I wish to conclude with the commitment of Finland to promote ESD in a cross-sectoral manner. Since knowledge, skills, research, culture, youth, and sports play a pivotal role, we have prepared a sustainable development policy to guide the work under the branch of my ministry, extending to legislation, financial, and policy steering. This also supports our ambitious efforts in becoming the first carbon-neutral welfare society by 2035, as well as a leading country in gender equality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kele. And I'm giving now the floor to Mr. Anindito Aditomo, Deputy Minister of Research and Development of Indonesia. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Her Excellency, the German Federal Minister of Education and Research, Frau Anja Palicek, Director General of UNESCO, Madam Audrey Azoulay, President of the German Commission for UNESCO, Professor Maria Bomer, Assistant Director General of Education, UNESCO, Madam Stefanie Giannini, Excellencies and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum, warm greetings from Indonesia. On behalf of the Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, I would like to convey our gratitude for the honor to share our initiatives on the education for sustainable development. We would like to thank the UNESCO, the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, and the German National Commission for UNESCO for organizing this important conference. As all of us are well aware, educators around the world are facing the challenge of delivering quality learning during the pandemic. While we are rightly occupied by this pandemic, this conference reminds us of another formidable challenge, climate change. While the pandemic and climate change may seem unrelated at first blush, they share many common features. Both are complex problems which reflect our fragile interdependence with the natural world, and both arose as a result of human behavior. Hence, addressing them will require profound changes to how we behave as individuals and societies. And this is where education can and must play a role. As the UNESCO framework for ESD states, our education systems must be transformed to empower students so that they can take individual and collective action regarding climate change. To this end, Indonesia is also embarking on our education reform. I will share 3 themes which guide Indonesia's approach to this reform. The first theme is the need to understand climate change as complex systems. The second theme is the need to critically evaluate information about climate change. And the third theme is the need for global solidarity. The first and second themes are important because how we understand the problem will determine how we respond to it. And understanding climate change requires us to understand complex systems. This is not easy. The link between our behavior, what we eat for breakfast this morning, for example, and the Earth's temperature is not at all straightforward. It is also difficult to see how seemingly small increases in the Earth's temperature can contribute to the destruction of ecosystems, to prolonged droughts and extreme weather events. If we are to tackle problems like climate change, then we need to help our students develop the cognitive skills required to understand complex systems. Another challenge is that public understanding of climate change has been clouded by misinformation and outright hoaxes. It is easy to find well-designed websites which offer false claims about climate change. The abundance of misinformation underscores the importance of equipping our students with the skills to systematically analyze arguments and evaluate the credibility of sources. Educators also need to help students develop intellectual dispositions, such as valuing scientific evidence and the willingness to admit mistakes and correct one's own opinions. The third theme, the need for international solidarity, stems from the...
Thank you very much, Mr. Aditomo. And now from Indonesia, moving to Switzerland, and it's my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Konrad Kramer, Minister for Education and State Council of Canton of Basel-Stadt. Please, the floor is yours, Your Excellency.
Grazie, Signora Giannini, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, meine Damen und Herren, gerne möchte ich der UNESCO und unseren deutschen Kolleginnen und Kollegen dafür danken, dass sie die Initiative ergriffen und diese Konferenz organisiert haben. Der Begriff der nachhaltigen Entwicklung wird zu häufig ausschließlich mit Umweltaspekten in Verbindung gebracht. Der vorliegende Entwurf einer Erklärung stellt leider keine Ausnahme dar. Ich möchte unterstreichen, dass sich Bildung für nachhaltige Entwicklung nicht nur auf Umweltthemen beschränkt. Dieser Hinweis ist umso notwendiger, als die Debatte um den Klimawandel tendenziell jede andere Dimension ausblendet. Gerade das Konzept der nachhaltigen Entwicklung betrifft gleichzeitig die ökologische, gesellschaftliche, wirtschaftliche und politische Dimension. Ziel ist ein harmonisches Zusammenspiel. Das globale Ökosystem ist wichtig, aber es muss auch die Grundbedürfnisse des Menschen decken können. Alles hängt zusammen. In der Schweiz lenkt genau dieser Ansatz seit rund 20 Jahren die Arbeit der Verantwortlichen für das Bildungswesen. In unserem föderalen und mehrsprachigen System liegt die Bildung in der Zuständigkeit der Kantone. Es kann nicht eine einzige Sicht vorgeschrieben werden. Für das transversale Verständnis von BNE und dessen Übertragung in die Lehrpläne galt es, die vielen regionalen Akteure rund um ein gemeinsames Kompetenzzentrum zu vernetzen. Mit der gemeinsam vom Bund und von den Kantonen getragenen Stiftung Education 21, deren Präsident ich sein darf, haben wir heute eine optimale Struktur. Die Stiftung ist das Kompetenz- und Dienstleistungszentrum für Bildung für nachhaltige Entwicklung in der Schweiz. Education 21 bringt 5 pädagogische Bereiche einander näher: Bildung für Entwicklung, Umweltbildung, politische Bildung und Menschenrechtsbildung, Gesundheitsförderung und ökonomische Bildung. Das allgemeine Ziel ist ein zukunftsverantwortliches Denken, ein eigenständiges Urteilsvermögen und die Fähigkeit, am politischen Geschehen des demokratischen Gemeinwesens teilzunehmen. Heute ist die Bildung für nachhaltige Entwicklung ausdrücklich in den verschiedenen sprachregionalen Lehrplänen aufgeführt und auch Teil der Ausbildung für Lehrpersonen. In unserem föderalen und viersprachigen Land, in dem Dezentralisierung und kulturelle Vielfalt wichtige Eckpfeiler sind, ist die Vernetzung der lokalen Initiativen der Schulen und der übrigen Akteure der Zivilgesellschaft eine ständige Herausforderung. Wir setzen uns dafür ein, diese mit der Hilfe aller zu meistern. Ich möchte all jenen meine große Anerkennung aussprechen, die sich um eine Förderung der Bildung für nachhaltige Entwicklung aus einer gesamtheitlichen Perspektive bemühen. Ich danke Ihnen für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
Dankeschön, Minister Kramer. And now giving the floor to Mr. Darem Taba, Minister of Education of Syria. Your Excellency, the floor is yours. You are on mute. Your Excellency, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay,
Fine.
so good morning.
Thank you.
I will speak in Arabic if it's possible, if you have translation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. أصحاب المعالي السيدات والسادة أسعد الله أوقاتكم بكل خير. رغم كل ما تتعرض له المنطقة العربية اليوم من أزمات خانقة وسوريا خصوصا، التزمت وزارة التربية في الجمهورية العربية السورية بمسؤولياتها تجاه الأجيال القادمة في إعدادهم الإعداد اللازم للمساهمة في التنمية المستدامة لمواردها لتأمين احتياجات هذه الأجيال والأجيال التي تليها. وعلى الرغم من سعيها الدائم لتحقيق الهدف الرابع من أهداف التنمية المستدامة 2030 حول جودة التعليم، إلا أن رؤية وزارة التربية ذهبت أبعد من ذلك، واعتمدت في وضع معاييرها التربوية الوطنية الأهداف 17 للتنمية المستدامة، وبنت كفاياتها عليها، بحيث أتت المناهج التربوية المطورة لتراعي فهم وتطبيق هذه الأهداف للوصول إلى مجتمع قادر على حماية موارده وتأمين استدامتها والمساهمة في حماية موارد كوكبنا الصغير. كما التزمت الوزارة بتطوير مهارات العمل والحياة للوصول إلى تكوين متعلم قادر على تحقيق هذه الأهداف، بحيث نضمن مستقبلا أفضل للأجيال القادمة. وعملت وزارة التربية على تدريب الكوادر التعليمية لتكون قادرة على ربط المفاهيم المعرفية التي تدعم التنمية المستدامة بمهارات وسلوكيات تطبيقية تقود إلى تغيير الممارسات اليومية للمتعلمين في الاتجاه الصحيح. كما تم تأمين الوسائل المساعدة لجعل العملية التعليمية تجريبية تطبيقية تعتمد على بناء الخبرات العملية والبنية النظرية الكافية لها، بدلا من حصر التعليم بالكفاية المعرفية فقط. ورغم الحرب الجائرة على سوريا خلال ال10 سنوات الماضية وانتشار جائحة الكورونا، عملت حكومة الجمهورية العربية السورية من خلال وزارة التربية على تأمين البيئة التعليمية المناسبة لترميم المدارس المخربة بفعل الإرهاب وتعويض الفاقد التعليمي وتطوير نظم التعلم البديل من برامج التعلم الذاتي ومنهاج التعلم ب، وتطوير نظم التعلم عن بعد عن طريق بناء 5 منصات تربوية في دمشق وحماة وطرطوس، تأمين التواصل المباشر بين المعلم والمتعلم في أي زمان ومكان للوصول إلى تحقيق تنمية مستدامة حقيقية من خلال التربية القويمة والتعليم الصحيح. إن استقرار المنطقة العربية واحترام القانون الدولي في عدم التدخل بشؤونها الداخلية وسرقة موارد الطاقة والغذاء منها واحترام حدودها سيسهم في انتشار الأمن والسلام فيها، وسيكون له دور كبير في تحقيق غاياتها التربوية في مجال التنمية المستدامة وتشجيع العمل الإنساني المشترك للحفاظ على كوكب الأرض للأجيال القادمة. ومشاركة الوفد السوري في هذا المؤتمر الهام من خلال 4 وزارات هي إضافة لوزارة التربية، وزارة التعليم العالي والثقافة والزراعة، إضافة إلى المجتمع المدني، أهم دليل على اهتمامنا.
Shukra, Mr. Minister Taba, and now giving the floor to Mr. Ataullah Waidyar, Deputy Minister of Education of Afghanistan. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, UNESCO and in Germany for hosting this international conference. Afghanistan had a huge progress in terms of access to education. Today, we have over 9 million children with from 0%, virtually 0% girls to 39% girls in our schooling system. But quality and equity remains the key challenges of Afghanistan's education system today. Guided by the President of Afghanistan and led by the Minister of Education, Afghanistan education system has embarked on a huge reform agenda. We are looking into education as an education ecosystem to improve our delivery and content. In terms of improving our delivery, we are trying to invest in the available resources that we have in our community so that we can use them for delivering educational services. 2, we are taking schools to children through our successful community-based education program. We are embarking on a huge ICT in education program to make sure that we bridge the gap and we take learning to every room in this country. And we are innovating to make sure that we reach the unreached. In terms of content of education, Afghanistan's education content is a very rich education for sustainable development messaging stand-alone content. We are committed to make sure that we integrate this content into the relevant subject so that we can contextualize and make sure that it becomes something of a use and something of an able to see for the children who are living in an already insecure context. And the children who are living in insecure context can see the upcoming challenges that they need to cope with and they need to be equipped with. We are committed to enhance our policy cover. We are committed to make sure that we improve the content of education to make it more sustainable, education for sustainable development, messaging friendly. And we have a plan to ensure that we invest in our educators so that they are able to deliver that content to the children. We have plans in partnerships with our communities and youth to make sure that education for sustainable development agenda become the agenda of the communities and the youth of Afghanistan. Last but not the least, we consider education as a national responsibility, and we consider education as the right of our children. And we also believe that education is free from politics, and Ministry of Education is committed to ensure that education remains free of politics. Hence, we call on all parties in conflict in this country to ensure the safety and security of our schools and make sure that the schools do not get attacked so that we do not lose the next generation as we have already lost.
Thank you very much to Deputy Minister Waidiwa. And I'm giving now the floor to the last speaker live, Miss Amson Dennis Obua, from Uganda, Minister of Education and Sport. The floor is yours, Your Excellency.
Thank you so much. I convey to you all very warm and fraternal greetings from your brothers and sisters in Uganda. As a country, our initiative on ESD as a new framework, providing a roadmap for ESD beyond 2019, and aims at providing a roadmap towards contributing in the realization of all the 17 Global Sustainable Development Goals. Uganda's ESD National Action Plan provides the basis for the new National Education for Sustainable Development for 2030 framework. This is a move towards positioning ESD at the center of SDG initiatives. The framework will guide development of programs that contribute towards SDGs within all the ESD priority areas, integration of ESD in all areas of learning, and coordination of ESD programs towards realization of all the 17 SDGs in Uganda. Uganda's 2030 ESD framework will contribute to focus on action program 5 priority areas underlined in 3 notions of the transformative agenda. Education for sustainable development is already integrated into Uganda's National Development Plan 3 and the Education and Sports Sector Strategic Plan. ESD 2030, Framework of Action for Uganda, includes mindset orientation through provision of knowledge, acquisition of a complete skill set for empowering and visioning, and critical analysis and reflection, but also inculcation of values. The learning and training environment will be required to accommodate the differences in learners' background and beliefs. Our commitment as a country will focus on mainstreaming ESD into all educational programs, departmental, private and sector policies, strategic plans, and National Development Plan 3 strategies and activities. Government of the Republic of Uganda will undertake regular audits of the ESD policy and related regulations. We will continue offering support to development and operationalization of micro-level institutional and local policies, whether in form of ordinances, bylaws, or community resolutions. The ESD 2030 framework for Uganda will promote complete transformation of a learner or individual's perspective, behavior, values, and lifestyles towards sustainability, both within and without the learning environment. All school approaches will be promoted to provide multiple entry points for activities on education for sustainable development to involve large numbers of learners. The ultimate output of the approach is that learners should.
Thank you so much to Minister Obua. And with this intervention from Uganda, we come to the list of video recorded messages from ministers who couldn't join the conference today or yesterday. Starting with Cambodia, and it's my pleasure to give the floor to the Minister of Education, Youth and Sport, Mr. Hang Chuan Nurong.
Excellency, Chairman of the Conference, Madam Director General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Cambodian delegation, I would like to thank UNESCO along with the Federal Ministry of Education and Research of Germany for the invitation to the UNESCO World Conference today. With a high level of political commitment and determination, the Royal Government of Cambodia is fully committed to the Sustainable Development Agenda and continues to contribute positively to the global efforts aimed at leaving no one behind and no country behind. And we look forward to join with other countries to promote the proposed commitment of the Berlin Declaration on ESD. In Cambodia, the Education for Sustainable Development is fully integrated into the SDG 4 Education 2030 Roadmap and the Education Strategic Plan. And currently, the education response to COVID-19 by focusing on creating a new normal for education, which include, firstly, school sanitation and protection against COVID. Right now, 85% of teachers in Cambodia have been vaccinated against COVID. Secondly, continue school reform to make schools accountable to parents and communities. transform school culture, and encourage community participation in school management. We implemented reduced flexible curriculum by prioritizing early grade reading and mathematics at primary level, and new teaching methods including self-study, transparent school-based assessment at secondary level. STEM education continues to be our priorities with more emphasis on the development of STEM infrastructure, STEM festival, and computer coding where possible. Thirdly, we have transformed COVID crisis into opportunities for digital education and blended learning by creating digital contents of lessons from grade 1 to 12, creating e-learning platforms and education TV channel, and paper-based distance learning to ensure continued learning during school closure. We moved 10 years ahead of time in the use of technology. We also use digital education for teacher training. Fourthly, we prioritize budget to implement reform of teacher training centers by reviewing curriculum to focus on 3 dimensions: content knowledge, pedagogy, and the use of technology to improve teaching. We created special leadership upgrade program for school principals and teacher upgrade program for teachers to build capacity to implement reforms. Fifthly, we build our capacity for special education to ensure inclusiveness, including promoting education in languages of 5 ethnic minorities and for children with disability, that is sign language and braille. Last but not least, we provide scholarship to students from poor families and school meals for areas affected by poverty and provide incentive for teachers who work in hardship areas. Cambodia is one of the countries also affected by climate change and other regional and economic integration and the fast development of science and technology. More focus should be given to technological advancement, which enable innovation and increase productivity levels and ultimately provide benefits such as better teaching and learning opportunity. Finally, I hope the conference will find our common ESD framework for country, regional, and global level implementation. We look forward to further strengthening our close cooperation with UNESCO ESD to jointly address the challenges and capitalize on opportunities to promote sustainable development for the people of Cambodia and those of the globe. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much to Minister Hang Chuan Naron from Cambodia. And now it's my pleasure to give the floor to the Vice Minister of Education of China, Mr. Cheng Fuji.
尊敬的贾妮妮教育助理总干事，尊敬的各位部长、女士们、先生们，大家好，很高兴参加本次大会。联合国通过2030年可持续发展议程以来，中国政府围绕生态文明建设和可持续发展教育，采取了积极而富有成效的战略举措。一是纳入国家规划，明确行动目标，按照协调绿色发展的理念，将生态文明建设作为国家发展规划的重点，以生态文明建设为重点，将可持续发展教育纳入国家教育事业发展规划，突出强调培养学生的环境保护观念、绿色低碳生活方式和危机应对的能力。二是修订课程教材，深度融入教育教学的全过程，将节粮、节水、节能、保护环境教育基本国策纳入品德、地理、生物等必修的课程教材当中， 重点阐释绿水青山就是金山银山，人与自然和谐共生的理念，使全体学生掌握可持续发展的理念和基本的知识。三是健全激励机制，保障有效实施。在师范院校公共必修课当中开设生态文明相关课程，提高教师的生态文明素养。遴选生态文明建设的示范区，作为学生研学旅行的基地。开展国家级教学成果评选，对优秀的生态文明教育教学成果予以奖励和推广。面向未来，我们应秉持人类命运共同体理念，促进可持续发展教育领域国际合作，加强经验交流与互鉴，推动优质教育教学资源共享，为顺利实现联合国2030年可持续发展目标做出更大的贡献。谢谢大家。
Thank you so much to Mr. Zhang Fuji, China, and then giving now the floor to the Minister of Education and Culture of Cyprus, Mr. Prodromos Prodromou.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the UNESCO Roadmap on Education for Sustainable Development 2030 is more than ever a great opportunity to respond as member states, as societies, and as individuals to the challenge of change guided by quality education and the promotion of sustainable development goals for creating a world more resilient, healthy, prosperous, and sustainable. The Republic of Cyprus welcomes the launching of the UNESCO Roadmap ESD 2030 and assures that it will support its implementation at national as well as at regional level initiatives and policies that focus on achieving the strategic development goals within the global framework for the implementation of the ESD between 2020 and 2030. We are committed to participate actively in the UNESCO member states initiative for integrating or strengthening the 5 priority action areas of the Roadmap ESD 2030. These action areas will constitute the main body of the revised National Action Plan for ESD 2030 and will be the pathway for accelerating actions for ESD in policies, in institutions, and in the society, with the aim of integrating strategic development goals 4 as well as the rest of the SDGs. The Cyprus initiative for the Roadmap ESD 2030, based on collaboration, commitment, and ownership, engages all the interested stakeholders. Furthermore, I want to emphasize that the integration of the UNESCO Roadmap 2030 needs regional and global alliances and synergies. Cyprus, having the honor to chair 2 key regional processes for ESD, the UNESCO ESD Steering Committee and the ESD Mediterranean Action Plan, is committed to work with all the member states in the 2 regions in order to contribute to the ESD 2030 roadmap regional implementation. Within the UNESCO ESD Steering Committee, this will be achieved through the UNESCO ESD Strategic Planning 2021-2030, which shares common visions and aspirations with UNESCO ESD 2030 roadmap. Regarding the roadmap ESD 2030 implementation in the Mediterranean region, this will be pursued through the ESD Mediterranean Action Plan and the acceleration actions from the 5 key priority areas. In conclusion, I would like to stress that as member states, we must ensure that we will support this global effort because, our common future depends on our present actions. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Minister Prodromou, Cyprus, and I'm giving now the floor with pleasure to Mr. Mart Leitmetz, Vice Minister of Education and Research of Estonia.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, thank you for this opportunity to take the floor at this timely event. As I join previous speakers virtually and in times of pandemic, we no longer ask ourselves if a global context is changing. We must ask, how do we prepare our next generations for these changing times? I'm eager to share with you Estonia's actions to advance education for sustainable development and our ambition for the future. Having first committed to sustainable development as a long-term objective in 1992, ESG objectives have been integrated in our curricula since 2002. Since then, our field of work has remarkably expanded. In 2020, the Estonian government approved our education strategy 2035, which is closely linked to the UN Sustainable Development Goals to ensure inclusive and high-quality education and lifelong learning opportunities for all, to reduce inequalities and to promote environmental sustainability and energy efficiency. We have worked to integrate ESG principles throughout our education system, as well as in the fields of youth and research. Our education system integrates different themes, ranging from climate change, environmental sustainability, sustainable consumption to cultural diversity, gender equality, human rights, peace and non-violence, survival, wealth and well-being. For successful introduction of ESG principles in the school, we are proud of our cross-curricular approach to environment and sustainable development. We note the highly successful cooperation between the Ministry of Education and Research and Ministry of Environment, which is supported by a joint action memorandum from 2017 based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and UNESCO's Global Action Programme for Education for Sustainable Development. The cooperation of the two ministries has brought along an action plan of environmental awareness and education. And last not least, I'm very pleased to note the successful cooperation of our close-knit network of nature and environmental education centers in Estonia, one for every 1,230 students. Nonetheless, there is much room for even greater ambition. We look to improve the provision of our trainings for teachers and school leaders on ESG. There is still much room for expanding extracurricular activities and out-of-school teaching. Finally, I'm certain that cooperation for ESG with different ministries and universities could be taken to a new level. Thank you for this opportunity to share, and I look forward to hearing from your experiences, dear colleagues, together in a common goal in ESG for 2030.
Thank you very much to Estonia, Vice Minister Leitmetz. And I'm giving now the floor with pleasure to Ghana, to Minister of Education, Yao Osei Adutum. Please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Ghana delegation wishes to congratulate UNESCO, the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, as well as the German Commission for UNESCO for organizing this important event on an issue so dear to Ghana. The government of Ghana has demonstrated both locally and internationally an unwavering commitment to the subject of ESD by being a signatory to key international instruments such as the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change. Locally, Ghana's medium-term development policy framework emphasizes key areas of ESD under the financial control of the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning. At the Ministry of Education, we have demonstrated our commitment to the subject of ESD by recently reforming our pre-tertiary curriculum with the aim of improving the learning outcomes of Ghanaian students and helping them acquire 21st century skills. A new compulsory subject, Our World, Our People, has been introduced at the lower grades to reinforce ESD. Similarly, we have upgraded our colleges of education to degree awarding institutions to adequately equip teachers to contribute meaningfully to the overall objective of education and curriculum reforms. Excellencies, we are well aware of the fact that climate change has caught up with humanity, and the resources of our world continue to be at risk of the climate menace. In line with the Lima Plan of Actions, we are implementing, among others, the Ghana Action Plan under the UNESCO Man and Biosphere Program. We are pleased to say that the Bosomtwe Biosphere Reserve is currently protected under the bylaws based on the very knowledge and practices of the people in that catchment area. And I'm honored to underscore that I'm the Member of Parliament for that area. On the 11th of June, the government intends to plant 5 million trees in a day across the country as an initial program under its Green Ghana project. Our schools will actively engage in this exercise towards environmental protection. In the area of culture, Ghana is using ESD intervention to protect, promote, and transmit Ghanaian heritage, as well as foster creativity and diversity of cultural expressions. Local artists popular with the youth are also being used by our development partners to preach the message of sustainable development. Our Ministry of Culture and Creative Arts has put the spotlight on the strong link between culture and the development and mainstreaming culture in the SDG implementation. Ghana believes that the aspirations for an African with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, and shared values are central to ESD. We believe that Africa's sustainable development must be driven by its people, relying on the potential of its women, men, and youth to foster mutual understanding, regional integration, and peace on the continent. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much to Ghana, to Minister Adutum. And now we are listening to the message of Minister Mohamed Kahir Abu Kadais, Minister of Education, Culture and Science of Jordan.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة المشاركون، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أحييكم وأشكر العاملين على الإعداد والتحضير لهذا المؤتمر والجهود الدؤوبة المبذولة في إدارته. السيدات والسادة، حظي التعليم في الأردن دوما باهتمام ودعم القيادة السياسية والمجتمع، باعتباره حقا إنسانيا وركيزة أساسية على صعيد الاستثمار في الموارد البشرية، ومطلبا ضروريا لتحقيق التنمية الاقتصادية والاجتماعية المستدامة، حيث نجح الأردن بالرغم من التحديات التي واجهها في السنوات الأخيرة، وخاصة بما يتعلق باللجوء السوري، في تحقيق تقدم ملموس في معظم مؤشرات التنمية المستدامة، وخصوصا المرتبطة بالهدف الرابع من خلال الاستراتيجيات والخطط والبرامج الوطنية التي اشتملت على عدة محاور، من أبرزها تحسين نوعية التعليم والتعلم، والتوسع في برامج الطفولة المبكرة، وتطوير وتوسيع برامج التعليم المهني، وكذلك برامج التعليم غير النظامي، ووضع استراتيجية تعميم قضايا التمايز بين الجنسين في التعليم. السيدات والسادة، تعمل وزارة التربية والتعليم في الأردن جاهدة على تفعيل مبدأ الشراكة الفاعلة مع العديد من الوزارات والمؤسسات ومنظمات المجتمع المدني من أجل حماية البيئة بمختلف مكوناتها، حيث أدمجت المفاهيم البيئية في المناهج الدراسية وتم تضمينها في برامج تدريب المعلمين، إضافة لنشر الثقافة البيئية وتعديل السلوك الفردي والمجتمعي باتجاه الوعي بالقضايا البيئية وبالتعاون مع وزارة البيئة. ولتأثيره على الموارد المائية والزراعية، تم دمج التغير المناخي والتنمية المستدامة في المناهج الدراسية، ونشر الوعي في هذا المجال من خلال المسابقات والأنشطة. كما تساهم المدارس المنتسبة لليونسكو في الأردن في تفعيل مبدأ المواطنة العالمية بتنفيذ مجموعة من المشاريع في المجالات البيئية محليا ودوليا. السيدات والسادة، أؤكد على حرص وزارة التربية والتعليم الدائم مع شركائها على دعم تعلم الطلبة وإكسابهم المهارات في عدد من المجالات، منها مهارات الحياة والعمل على نحو تطبيقي عملي بحيث تصبح ممارساتها جزءا من حياة الطلبة بما يتفق مع متطلبات التنمية المستدامة. وقد كانت هنالك العديد من المبادرات والمشاريع الريادية التي ساهمت مساهمة مباشرة بتحقيق هدف التنمية المستدامة الرابع. وفيما يتعلق بتطلعاتنا حول تطوير خطط قطاع التعليم لتحقيق الهدف الرابع، فإن وزارة التربية والتعليم ستعمل على الاستمرار في بذل الجهود لتضمين إطار الكفايات العالمية ومضامين المواطنة العالمية في معايير المعلم المهنية وبرامجها التدريبية، إضافة إلى تضمينها في المناهج. وفي الختام ندعو الله عز وجل أن ينعم على عالمنا بوافر الأسباب السلامة والصحة ورفاهية العيش. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you so much to Minister Abu Kadais, Jordan. And now it's my pleasure to give the floor to the Deputy Minister of Education and Science of Kyrgyzstan, Ms. Nadira Yusupbekova.
Приветствую всех участников круглого стола, посвященного проблемам образования в целях устойчивого развития. В ООН еще в 2015 году были приняты глобальные цели до 2030 года, направленные на экономическое развитие, охрану окружающей среды и социальное благополучие через призму 5 основных составляющих. Они ставят в центр людей, планету, процветание, мир и партнерство. Основная цель системы образования – обеспечить всеохватное и справедливое качественное образование и поощрение возможности обучения на протяжении всей жизни. При этом к 2030 году необходимо, чтобы учащиеся приобретали знания и навыки, необходимые для содействия устойчивому развитию, в том числе через обучение по вопросам устойчивого развития и устойчивого образа жизни, прав человека, гендерного равенства, пропаганды культуры мира и ненасилия, гражданства мира и осознания ценностей, культурного разнообразия и вклада культуры в устойчивое развитие. В программе развития системы образования Кыргызской Республики приоритетным направлением определено следующее. Доступ к качественному, основному общему и среднему общему образованию для каждого. Внедрение компетентностного подхода к обучению, направленного на формирование ключевых и предметных компетентностей учащихся. Сохранение культурного и языкового многообразия и толерантности к многоязычной образовательной среде. Определены приоритетные направления политики в школьном образовании. Модернизация содержания образования, разработка государственного образовательного стандарта школьного общего образования и предметных стандартов, направленных на формирование ключевых и предметных компетентностей с учетом требований современного образовательного процесса в мировом масштабе. Предоставление инклюзивного образования, создание электронной школы в Кыргызстане для обеспечения доступа к образованию, системная подготовка учащихся к международному исследованию ПИЗа в 2025 году. Система образования Кыргызской Республики готова следовать целям устойчивого развития и приложить к этому необходимые усилия при поддержке международного сообщества.
Thank you so much to Ms. Yusupbekova, Vice Minister of Education and Science of Kyrgyzstan. Now it's my pleasure to give the floor to the Minister of Education of Malta, Ms. Justine Caruana.
I would like to thank UNESCO for convening this timely meeting, and I positively welcome its scopes and aims. Malta's Ministry for Education is committed to tackle environment-related challenges in a holistic and comprehensive manner. And in recognizing the importance of education in achieving the SDGs, Malta's Ministry for Education is developing an action plan as part of a national strategy for education for sustainable growth. And this aligns with the UN Economic Commission for Europe's Education for Sustainable Development Strategy. Furthermore, this addresses the various sectors of the community, describes the sequence of actions to be taken, sets specific targets, and describes how success can be measured, evaluated, and fed back into the planning. ESD is included in the National Curriculum Framework as one of the 6 cross-curricular themes for the primary and secondary schools, consolidated with the appointment of an education officer, ESD, whose role is to infuse ESD in the various educational programs that we have. It has also increased in prominence in educational programs at higher education institutions. Malta has also adopted a proactive role in facilitating ESD in schools by collaborating with international networks such as the UNESCO Associated Schools Network and the Global Education Network Europe programme. And the Ministry has also sought to actively promote and provide human resources for ESD programs run by NGOs such as the International Eco-Schools programme with tangible achievements registered nationwide. We are also developing a strategy for further and higher education leading us to 2030, and the strategy aims to ensure innovative, flexible, accessible and inclusive quality further and higher education that inspires individuals to develop relevant skills to contribute as active citizens towards a digital and green sustainable global economy. An important climate-oriented initiative implemented recently by the Ministry is free school transport. And this is available to all students and aims to significantly reduce the number of vehicles on the road and thus reduce air pollution, this together with other initiatives targeting renewable energy, sustainability and air quality. Although Malta acknowledges that achieving the goals by 2030 will be challenging for all, we must continue to engage all stakeholders at international and local levels to effectively address the challenges that lie ahead. And in this respect, Malta welcomes the objectives of the Berlin Declaration and we look forward to fruitful discussions on how to further empower the younger generation to be active agents for change and sustainability.
Thank you so much to Ms. Caruana, Minister of Education of Malta. And now I have the pleasure to give the floor to Philippines, to the Secretary of Education, Ms. Leonor Mirasol Macdolis-Briones.
Excellencies, the Philippine Department of Education recognizes the urgency to deepen our commitment and action to inculcate among our learners the awareness, knowledge, values, and capacity for sustainable development through education and learning. Our key reform areas in curriculum review and pre-service and in-service sustainable development in content, learning resources, and pedagogy. We are endeavoring to inform this by research and monitoring and to institutionalize them through policies and programs. The COVID-19 pandemic has compelled us to broaden our perspective about the learning space and learning processes. We have been too focused on formal education within the physical confines of the school. The disruption of in-school learning, delivery at a large scale, has necessitated that we reach out to households and communities to be active partners in the learning process. One concrete manifestation of our commitment to sustainable development is our policy of reducing our excessive reliance on printed materials, which has resulted in increased demands for paper and consequently the cutting of trees. The annual toll on our environment through floods is incalculable. Through our Education Futures program, we are embarking on a co-creation process with various stakeholders for an integrated concept or design of future learning spaces to ensure that we are able to tap formal, informal, physical, virtual, and remote learning spaces for learning. And this includes education for sustainable development. Learning, including education for sustainable development, is a shared responsibility. we need to integrate planning and to pool resources and ensure that we are able to connect various learning spaces, formal and informal, physical and virtual, and in-person and remote, that support social and active learning and provide access to learning resources that enrich learning. Thus, we agree that Priority Action Area 5 on community is not only one of the 5 priority action areas, but more importantly, a model priority action area that needs to be linked closely to the implementation of all other areas, especially that on youth. We have convened the Education Forum for Inclusive Quality Education, or EDUC Forum, that counts as members government agencies relevant to basic education reform. Partners including civil society organizations, education sector organizations, and foundations coming from the private sector, bilateral agencies, and multilateral organizations. We shall ensure that education for sustainable development will be among its key areas of work.
Thank you so much to Ms. Mactolis Brione, Secretary of Education of Philippines. And now it's my pleasure to give the floor to the Minister of Education of Portugal, Mr. Tiago Brandão Rodrigues.
Dear UNESCO's Assistant Director General for Education, dear Stefania, dear colleagues, the best way to assure we act sustainably is to refuse that sustainability is a trend. Our citizens, particularly the younger generation, demand from our daily political action to incorporate sustainability at the very foundation of each of our decisions. Sustainability has to be trendy, so that everyone nails its colors to the mast, but we have to work to make sure it does not go out of fashion, that it is inscribed by all of us in our DNA. Fortunately, we count with UNESCO to remind us of this important mission and to guarantee that we keep committed to it. So let's talk about sustainability by starting to distinguish what is not equal. Ecology and environmental protection, although crucial to assure sustainability, do not exhaust it. Sustainability implies that we take care of our planet, but it demands much more from us. Sustainability requires an intervention that tackles a broad range of different issues such as equity, active participation in society, interculturality, creativity, and also innovation. It is here that education has a role to play as a guarantor of our common ground and as an instrument of care, acting as a promoter of inclusive and cohesive societies that are consequently more sustainable. The need that we have for this holistic vision of education as a promoter of an enlarged concept of sustainability was largely reinforced by the COVID-19 pandemic that clearly exposed the urgency for coordinated global public policies responses that we know must be sustainable. Let us therefore use this very powerful instrument called education so that we can have a tomorrow in which we no longer need to question whether tomorrow will exist. Portugal uses it by building a true national education service centered on the students, where autonomy is the rule and flexibility is an important approach. And with this, we pursue success for all that can guarantee equity among all. We act beyond a good ecological conscience, building from the bottom up a new type of educational approach that is technologically empowered, that fosters recovery and also resilience, focused on the digital and climatic transitions stimulated and supported through education. One that is grounded in collaborations, ethics, and also empathic connections. And these empathic connections, which are also stimulated by initiatives such as the world's largest lesson organized by UNICEF that aims to contribute to reflection and also action within the scope of SDGs, involving all children and young people and promoting an active global citizenship and a greater awareness of the role that each one of us has to play in building a sustainable world, a fairer world that we have been promoting as an ally of our education for sustainable development. We are therefore committed to ensure that by 2030, all students acquire the knowledge and also the skills needed to promote sustainable development, to promote a culture of peace and non-violence, of course, to promote global citizenship and to value cultural diversity and the acknowledgement of the contribution of culture to reach our common fate of shared prosperity, one that we cannot fail to do.
It's now my pleasure to give the floor to the Secretary of Education of Sri Lanka, Mr. Kapila Perera.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Ministers, it's a great honor to address you briefly during these pandemic times and to provide a few thoughts on behalf of the Government of Sri Lanka in the capacity of Secretary to the Ministry of Education. I regret to inform you that the Honorable Minister is unable to be present due to prior government commitments. We are most pleased to say that Sri Lanka gives high priority to the universal accepted goals and principles for sustainable development, being convinced that the 17 goals cut across the main issues that must be addressed if we are to provide an enabling environment for the safety and well-being of our present and future generations, and to make a country a very good place to live in. To achieve these noble ideas, it requires due focus on education, health, environment, economy and society, which subjects cut across all 17 sustainable goals. Whilst a presidential task force for a green socio-economy has been formed to transform Sri Lanka's economy into a green socio-economy with sustainable solutions to climate change, all relevant and respective line ministries are being engaged to deliver quality inputs towards the attainment of respective sustainable development goals. The cross-cutting issues relating to sustainable development could also be addressed through the provision of quality education for all, in addition to the respective efforts that will be made by the concerned line ministries covering the relevant subjects to improve educational quality. Sri Lanka has given importance to the UNESCO Category 2 South Asian Center for Teacher Development, or SACTED, which shall focus on the continuous professional development of teacher educators who will be able to impact on the delivery of quality education for all, where strengthening of soft skills that includes learning of empathy for the other and for the environment shall be given due focus in the curriculum for teacher development. It is our firm belief that the peace and sustainable development are intrinsically linked, and education must play an important role to achieve the same, that the health of a country depends on the health of its citizens, that the preservation of the limited and non-renewable resources of environment is a key to existence, that economic development involving technology, human resources and environment are keys to success and progress. Whilst societal issues have also to be continuously addressed to manage transformations and reduce poverty. I wish the ministerial conference to provide us, the globe, with evidence-based solutions towards attaining the noble objectives set out in the global agenda for sustainable development in 2030. I thank you on behalf of the Honourable Minister, Professor G.L. Piris, and the Government of Sri Lanka and people of Sri Lanka.
Thank you so much to Sri Lanka, Mr. Kapila Pereira, Secretary of Education. And I have the pleasure now to give the floor to the Minister of Education of Thailand, Ms. Trenuk Tientong.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first I would like to take this opportunity to express my appreciation to UNESCO and the government of Germany for organizing this very important conference in a timely manner. Clearly, the complexity of challenges in 21st century has revealed that ESD has become more important to the world as it leads to achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly considering the recent COVID-19 pandemic and its future impacts on society. Global issues had led to call for humanity to take charge in protecting our world and preserving it for younger generations. The achievement of the SDGs relies on the strong global commitments and collective actions to enable a positive version for the future. Efforts to achieve this goal will also require the active involvement of all stakeholders, especially young people. Therefore, education systems need to provide them with the necessary skill to cope with the global issues and prepare them to benefit from and contribute to the rapid developments to the world today. This skill will ensure inclusive growth and help achieve all 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals. As for Thailand, we have attached great importance to the concept of sustainable development, which has long taken root in the country. The sufficiency economy philosophy of King Rama IX is our own unique framework for sustainable development countrywide. This philosophy focuses on promoting human development through people-centered, approaching in the line with 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. In light of this, we are developing and expanding educational activities that focus on global issues such as climate change, biodiversity, disaster risk reduction, water, cultural diversity, and sustainable lifestyle through ESD. Moreover, education aims to promote and identify core competencies, including the knowledge and understanding of the global issues, trends, and values, which help to equip young people with the skills, values, and attitudes required to take a global challenges. Emphasis is given the enrichment of knowledge that also has many synergies and linkages and sustainable development goal for which UNESCO is the lead agency. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much to Thailand, Ms. Trenuk Tiantong, Minister of Education. And now it's my pleasure to give the floor to the Deputy Minister of Education and Training of Vietnam, Mr. Nguyen Van Phuc.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Framework 2030 Education for Sustainable Development towards achieving the SDGs, EDS, for 2030 is in line with the long-term development strategy of Vietnam. Over the years, Vietnam has improved society's awareness of and mobilized on stakeholders' participation in ESD efforts, enhance institutional setup and policy framework for ESD, foster cooperation between the government and the business sector, domestic organizations, and the international community in ESD implementation, mainstream ESD into educational policies and strategies, and strengthen the mobilization of resources, particularly from the private sector for ESD implementation. ESD for 2030 have been embedded into Vietnam SDG targets in National Action Plan for implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Ministry of Education and Training of Vietnam has paid particular attention to vulnerable students groups through a number of policies aimed at promoting educational equality, including law on education, the Education Development Strategy 2011 and 2020, and the next strategy 2021-2030, the Action Plan on Gender Equality in Education 2021 and 2030. In the coming years, ESD for 2030 will be fully and further integrated into Vietnam National ESD initiative through 5 priorities areas include advancing policy, transforming learning environments, building capacities for educators, and empowering and mobilizing youth, and accelerating local level actions. With a high level of political commitment and determination, Vietnam is confident that it will succeed in implementing the ESD for 2030 for a safer and a better life for current and future generations of Vietnam and for humankind. In our enduring commitment as a responsible member of the international community, Vietnam will continue to contribute positively to global efforts aimed at leaving no one and no country behind. And we also look forward to joining other countries to promote the proposed commitments in Berlin Declaration on ESD. May I wish you on good health and very success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Minister of Vietnam of Education. And it's my pleasure now to give the floor to Mr. Eduardo Piñate, Minister of Education of Venezuela.
Subdirectora General de la UNESCO, señora Estefanía Giannini, autoridades participantes en esta reunión mundial de educación. Un saludo bolivariano de parte del presidente constitucional de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro, a todas las autoridades que participan en este destacado evento que nos sirve de plataforma para evaluar el estado del progreso de los compromisos que asumimos para la Agenda 2030 en materia de educación. Venezuela hoy sufre el impacto devastador de la imposición de medidas coercitivas unilaterales por los Estados Unidos y una parte de la Unión Europea, cuestión que constituye una flagrante violación de los derechos humanos a todo nuestro pueblo, debilitando el acceso a sus derechos educativos. Saludamos la disposición de la UNESCO en llevar a cabo un conjunto de gestiones para recuperar nuestros activos bloqueados en el exterior y ayudar a nuestro país a fortalecer su vulnerado sistema de bienestar social, el cual hoy es defendido por nuestro gobierno, en el que el sistema educativo ocupa un lugar fundamental. Venezuela está muy contenta de poder formar parte de esta conferencia, así como del Comité de Dirección del Objetivo de Desarrollo Sostenible 4, espacios desde los cuales estamos contribuyendo a debatir y a ofrecer una respuesta global y conjunta para apoyar en materia educativa a todos los países según sus necesidades. En este momento de pandemia, conjuntamente con organismos multilaterales como UNICEF, UNESCO, Save the Children y el Clúster de Educación, trabajamos en la promoción de la educación para el desarrollo sostenible desde su desarrollo en el currículo nacional, impartido por nuestros docentes en las aulas de clases de todas las escuelas del país. El desarrollo de la promoción de estos valores se encuentran contenidos en la colección bicentenaria de libros otorgada a todos los niños, niñas y adolescentes de manera gratuita en nuestro país. Nuestro Ministerio del Poder Popular para la Educación trabaja incesantemente en la promoción de la conciencia sobre la crisis climática, los desafíos ambientales y demás problemas del planeta Tierra a través de programas como las Brigadas Ecológicas, el programa Bosque Bicentenario, el programa Un Araguaney por la Paz y la Soberanía, basado en la siembra de un árbol de Araguaney por escuela. Este es el árbol nacional que simboliza la paz, la armonía y la protección del medio ambiente en nuestro país. En función del fortalecimiento de la educación para el desarrollo sostenible, el Ministerio del Poder Popular para la Educación sostiene una política de promoción de la diversidad cultural a través de la modalidad de educación intercultural presente en todo el currículo nacional. De igual forma, la promoción de los derechos humanos y de la cultura de paz se realiza a través de la conformación de brigadas de prevención y seguridad escolar, así como los comités en defensa de los derechos de los niños, niñas y adolescentes. El gobierno bolivariano seguirá asumiendo hoy más que nunca nuestro compromiso con el Objetivo de Desarrollo Sostenible 4, la educación para el desarrollo sostenible y la Agenda 2030, así como nuestro apoyo a la UNESCO y al Sistema de Naciones Unidas para cumplirla. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias al ministro Piñate, Venezuela. And we have now two last speakers live, ministers of Luxembourg and Norway. Starting with Luxembourg, I have the pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Carol Dischenburg, Minister of Environment, Climate and Sustainable Development of Luxembourg. Please, Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres, chers collègues. Je prends la parole aujourd'hui devant vous en tant que ministre de l'Environnement, du Climat et du Développement durable, mais aussi également au nom de mon collègue Claude Maïch, ministre de l'Éducation, de l'Enfance et de la Jeunesse, que je tiens à excuser parce que le sujet lui tient beaucoup au cœur et il regrette de ne pas être avec nous aujourd'hui. L'agenda 2030 et les 17 objectifs du développement durable sont mis en œuvre au Luxembourg par voie notamment du 3e plan national pour un développement durable qui a été adopté en 2019 par le gouvernement. Le plan national pour le développement durable a retenu dans son chapitre consacré à la gouvernance la priorité développer le degré de connaissance et de sensibilisation. Et dans ce contexte, une collaboration étroite entre le ministère de l'Environnement et le ministère de l'Éducation est essentielle. Il est particulièrement important de sensibiliser le grand public, les acteurs de l'éducation formelle et non formelle, tant que les jeunes qui ont développé les dernières années une sensibilité énorme pour la protection du climat. À cet effet, une version grand public du Plan national pour le développement durable a été faite qui s'appelle « Préparer et préserver l'avenir ». Cette publication s'adresse spécialement aux écoles, aux enseignants et aux élèves et présente sous forme infographique les priorités du Luxembourg en matière de développement durable et ce que chacun peut faire pour qu'on atteigne une vision durable. Au ministère de l'Environnement, tous les projets de protection de l'environnement comportent systématiquement des volets de sensibilisation et d'éducation. Depuis la publication de notre premier programme national pour la protection de la nature en 2007, le ministère assure la coordination des travaux de la plateforme pour l'éducation à l'environnement et au développement durable qui rassemble tous les acteurs principaux et les personnes actives en la matière. Aujourd'hui, cette plateforme rassemble 450 membres. En plus, on a créé un comité interministériel pour l'éducation au développement durable et un site conjoint qui s'appelle BNE. Une première foire nationale pour l'éducation au développement durable pour tous les enseignants a été lancée en 2019, ainsi que le projet Climate Exchange avec les jeunes après les grandes démonstrations pour le climat, un dialogue qu'on a établi avec les étudiants dans tout le Luxembourg. Des projets comme Leren am Gaard, donc apprendre dans les jardins pour créer un réseau national de jardins pédagogiques, aussi bien que le projet EcoCheck ont été faits pour assurer qu'il y a vraiment la sensibilité et des mesures techniques prises qui sont expliquées de manière pédagogique. Aussi bien le ministère de l'Environnement que le ministère de l'Éducation, de l'Enfance et de la Jeunesse ont mis en place une série de formations dans le domaine du développement durable. Et en fait, des nouvelles sections, Smart Energy, énergie et environnement, aussi bien qu'architecture, design et développement durable, préparent aujourd'hui nos jeunes au job du futur. Une série de manuels et des expositions tournantes renseignent sur le changement climatique et aident à trouver des solutions en faveur de l'action pour le climat.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Ministre, pour votre intervention. I'm giving now the floor to the last speaker today, the Minister of Education and Research of Norway, Ms. Guri Melby. Please, Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, dear friends. It has been truly inspiring listening to the many countries' initiatives presented here today, and thank you to UNESCO for convening so many dedicated to a better future for all. I noticed in the program that later in the conference, you will have a dedicated session on how to mainstream education for sustainable development in national education and SDG policy. Allow me therefore to start with one of Norway's recent and important initiatives, the renewal of the curriculum. This renewal was a result of a broad and inclusive process. The new curriculum is implemented in primary, lower secondary and upper secondary school from the school year of 2021 and 22-23. The curriculum is made more relevant and adjusted to the needs in the future, and we have introduced 3 interdisciplinary topics: democracy and citizenship, health and life skills, and sustainable development. All three topics are based on prevailing societal challenges which demand engagement and effort from individuals and local communities nationally and globally. Sustainable development as an interdisciplinary topic in school will assist pupils in understanding basic dilemmas and developments in society and how they can be dealt with. In working with this topic, pupils will develop competence which enables them to make responsible choices and to act ethically with environmental awareness. This topic includes issues relating to the environment and climate, poverty and distribution of resources, conflicts, health, equality, demographics, and education. However, we need to look further than schools in order to tackle the challenges before us. I therefore take this opportunity to mention two initiatives in higher education. The government recently proposed changes to the Act relating to universities and university colleges, in which the commitment to promote sustainable development will be stated explicitly in the Act for the first time. Secondly, in 2018, the National Committee for Agenda 2030 in the higher education sector was formed to strengthen the role of the university sector as a relevant actor in the global debate on the challenges raised by Agenda 2030, both nationally and internationally. Furthermore, the government will soon present a white paper for the Sustainable Development Goals. Education will be a key component. Dear friends, education is a basic human right and the foundation on which to build peace and drive sustainable development. Education is essential to achieving all 17 SDGs. Norway continues to support UNESCO's role as the UN specialized agency for education and its important task of leading and coordinating the Education 2030 agenda. As we strive for a more sustainable world for current and future generations, I can assure you that Norway will continue our efforts towards achieving Agenda 2030. Thank you for your attention.
Sorry. Thank you so much to Minister Melby, Norway, the last speaker of this second round of the ministerial roundtable. Let me recall that over 80 governments have presented their strategies on how the citizens can learn for our planet at this UNESCO World Conference on Sustainable Development in Berlin. It's really impressive. I think we heard a really inspiring presentations over these two sessions. And let me, at the end of this part of the conference, express my deep gratitude to all the ministers and the deputy ministers who have joined the session and the section yesterday, once again, to make their strong commitments for the future implementation of ESD under the new global framework ESD for 2030. Let me showcase once again the roadmap, the Green Book, which is our guideline for the next, in the coming months and years. And thanks really very much. We need this strong political will, commitment, and clear vision to give our children, our youth, a message, a knowledge, and to give to them the tools they need to navigate in this complexity. Well, please note that all the statements you heard and video statements made by ministers will be made available on the conference platform under Countries in Action and on the website UNESCO later on. I thank you very much once again, all of you, and I have the pleasure now to hand back to our overall excellent moderator, Ms. Sumi Somaskanda, for some housekeeping announcements.
Thank you, Assistant Director General Giannini, as well, and also from my end to all of the ministers for issuing their commitments and joining this conference to put this roadmap into place. Now, some notes from me. I just want to alert you to the fact that there are 4 concurrent sessions taking place in the various rooms on the platform right now. Those sessions are covering biodiversity, climate change, green economies, and building resilience through education. So these are really interesting sessions already underway in the rooms. You can access those on the left-hand side of your screen. You'll see them pop up on the platform. So dip into those, and we'll see you back here on the main stage in about an hour and a half. Enjoy. Welcome back to the main stage. We hope you have enjoyed the ministerial roundtable and the concurrent sessions this morning. And we want to kick off now another key plenary session. To this point, we've been talking mostly about national and international efforts to combat the climate crisis and make environmental learning a centerpiece of education. But we know that individuals are a key part of this effort, that people themselves can have a transformative effect. So in this key plenary session, we're going to look at some of those efforts and hear some individual testimonies. Now, to lead the session, I'd like to bring in the moderator, Ms. Akpezi Ogbuigwe. She is the founder of the UNPEZ Center for Environment and Development in Nigeria. Ms. Ogbuigwe, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Sumaskanda. I'm pleased to moderate this very important plenary session that will aim to address the questions that are at the very heart of the new global framework ESD for 2030. How does individual transformation take place? How are these individuals led to contribute to societal transformation for sustainable development? And what is the role of education to facilitate individual and societal transformation? In order to have this important conversation with thousands of people joining the session now from all across the world, we would like to use an online tool, Slido, to collect your feedback throughout the session. Now, please, I would like to ask everyone if you can open your browsers on your phone or laptops, then navigate them to slido.com. I mean, all you need to do, just input or write on the browser, slido.com. Tell them to, have you done that? Then you will see a code, a place for invent code. Slot in 257926. 257926. Now, let's do a short test round. If you are now logged onto the slido.com page, you will see a test question. And the question one, Slido question one, is what is the word transformation in your language? What is the word transformation in your language? Please type in your response to test how it works. Yes, go ahead. The word transformation in your language. While you are doing that, I would also like to remind everyone that in this session, you can also use the Q&A function on Slido to raise your questions and also to vote up the questions that are most interesting to you. We will try to address some of the most voted questions at the panel discussion. Transformation. Oh, okay. There are so many words coming up. I cannot read them on the screen, but there are so many, many beautiful words. For me, in my language, it is ekurere, which means a complete turnover, complete transformation, a complete change. All right, wow, beautiful words. Now let's go ahead. In today's session, we would first hear the personal testimonies of transformation from 3 speakers and engage in a panel discussion to identify the key commonalities across the stories. And then we would have a discussion around the questions posed by the participants. Without further ado, I am honored and excited to introduce our keynote speaker, Father Pedro Pablo Opica. Father Pedro is a Lazarist Catholic priest known for his struggle against poverty in Madagascar. He was born in Argentina, has been in Madagascar for more than 50 years. Finding thousands of children and parents living on a mountain of trash, struggling for life, he decided to help the poorest and created in 1990 a humanitarian association, Akamasua, which became a worldwide recognized solidarity movement against poverty. In the past 32 years, Akamasua has been helping more than 650,000 Malagasys. Father Pedro has been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize in 2021. Father Pedro, welcome. Please, the floor is yours.
Merci. Merci. Chers amis, il faudra vaincre la pauvreté pour pouvoir changer le monde. Jusqu'à présent, et trop souvent, ce sont le manque de conviction et de volonté d'appliquer les propositions aux grandes résolutions qui ont fatalement amené les grands projets internationaux à ne pas atteindre le but qu'ils s'étaient fixé. Aujourd'hui, la lutte contre la pauvreté enregistre sa pire régression en 25 ans. De fait, la pandémie du coronavirus et de la crise mondiale qui en découle, le taux mondial d'extrême pauvreté devrait augmenter pour la première fois en plus de 20 ans. Entre 2015 et 2017, le taux mondial d'extrême pauvreté avait pourtant reculé, d'après la Banque mondiale. Cependant, pouvait-on se satisfaire du fait que près de la moitié de la population mondiale vive dans la grande pauvreté? En 2018, 80% des pauvres vivaient en milieu rural, la moitié de ceux-ci étant des enfants. Les femmes représentent la majorité des pauvres dans le monde. Près de 70% des pauvres de 15 ans et plus n'ont jamais fréquenté l'école et n'ont reçu qu'une éducation de base. La moitié des pauvres en Afrique subsaharienne sont concentrés seulement dans 5 pays, dont Madagascar, pourtant riche en sa jeunesse, riche dans sa culture et dans sa biodiversité. Ce constat accablant pose les fondations et les préludes à toute action ambitieuse et certainement nécessaire à la préservation de la planète et des ressources rendant la vie possible. Ce n'est pas en essayant de réformer, éduquer au développement durable, le seul pays développé, tout en négligeant encore, une fois, le plus pauvre, que l'on atteindra le but global. L'ambition de porter au premier plan le développement durable doit aussi être une chance pour les plus pauvres, de prendre une nouvelle place dans le monde de demain. Le gouffre qui sépare le pays du Nord et ceux du Sud est un scandale qu'il faut à tout prix éradiquer. Sachons saisir l'opportunité du changement de mentalité nécessaire au développement durable pour élaborer une solution. Next slide. La comparaison de la progression de niveau de vie entre les pays riches et les pays pauvres des dernières décennies est sans appel. Et cet écart insoutenable doit être corrigé sans plus attendre. Il en va de l'équilibre du monde. Les riches doivent comprendre qu'ils ne pourront pas beaucoup plus longtemps rester préservés sur leur îlot d'abondance et que tôt ou tard, les flots de désespérés en quête d'une vie meilleure les submergeront. Il sera trop tard alors pour parler de changer le monde. Pour combattre la pauvreté, il faut accepter de vivre parmi les pauvres. En une cinquantaine d'années de présence à Madagascar et plus de 30 ans après la création d'Akamasu, je dois dire que la tâche restant à accomplir est encore immense, avec ses drames, ses épreuves, ses déceptions, mais aussi, surtout, la joie, les sourires des enfants et l'espoir. Ce combat contre la pauvreté, on le mène quotidiennement sans relâche. Toute action transformatrice doit être précédée d'un constat lucide et d'une compréhension de l'environnement immédiat et de la structure sociétale où l'action se déroulera. Next slide. Pour Akamasou, ce fut une décharge où survivaient des milliers d'êtres rejetés et abandonnés de tous, dans des conditions indignes et inhumaines. L'action transformatrice doit être une action de terrain, une réalité palpable et compréhensible par tous, et non pas une application théorique, s'épayant de mots et sans effet concret sur le quotidien. Next slide. Elle doit se dérouler et être mise en place au plus près de la population, être intimement liée au quotidien et aux réalités des personnes. Parmi les actions immédiates qui permettent à terme d'atteindre les buts d'éducation des populations, il faut citer l'accès au travail, à un logement décent, à l'hygiène, à l'eau potable, à la santé. Qui peut forger des plans d'avenir sans un revenu fixe? Next slide. Sans la responsabilisation des personnes et leur adhésion forte au projet, il est illusoire d'espérer atteindre d'autres objectifs. La reconquête de la dignité humaine dans l'effort et la solidarité génère un changement de regard sur soi, un changement du regard des autres, de la fierté, une nouvelle identité forte et originale, porteuse d'espoir et de perspectives d'avenir. Sur ces socles restaurés, il est possible d'installer pour les plus jeunes un programme de scolarisation et d'éducation qui les rendra aptes à recevoir un message plus complexe, tel que celui de l'éducation au développement durable. Next slide. À Akamasou, ce sont aujourd'hui plus de 16 000 enfants et jeunes adultes qui sont scolarisés de la crèche à l'université. Ces jeunes apprennent les matières essentielles, mais aussi font du sport, plantent des milliers d'arbres au sein des programmes de reboisement grâce aux 500 000 arbustes élevés chaque année dans les pépinières d'Akamasou, en coopération avec l'association Grain de Vie qui est très impliquée dans le reboisement de Madagascar. L'expérience d'Akamasou au service de l'humanité et de l'éducation au développement durable, en toute modestie, notre expérience et notre modèle éprouvé pourraient inspirer un mouvement plus global, si telle est la volonté de ceux qui ont les moyens de le financer. Encore une fois, il est question de volonté sincère, de décisions pour atteindre un but fixé. Nous ne sommes pas entièrement autonomes. Il nous faut encore beaucoup d'aide. Mais après plus de 30 ans, chaque année, des dons affluent et nous permettent de continuer et avancer. Pourquoi, me demanderez-vous? Eh bien, parce que les gens qui ont un cœur de voir le monde enfin changer nous font confiance et qu'ils continuent à donner généreusement les exemples. Des exemples d'affichage de bonnes intentions, des serments solennels, des engagements médiatiques, programmes ambitieux, des prises de conscience, des tintamars médiatiques foisonnent. Les flots de crédits internationaux mal utilisés, voire dévoyés aussi, la misère subsiste toujours. À Akamasou a été fait le serment sacré que toute promesse doit se concrétiser au bénéfice des plus pauvres. Ici, les buts sont clairs et clairement énoncés. Chaque euro donné est utilisé avec discernement. Les gens sont responsabilisés, les actions valorisées, l'exemplarité est démise. Les jeunes d'Akamasou sont fiers, heureux de vivre cette expérience. Ils ont confiance en l'avenir. Ce sont plus de 25 000 personnes qui sont sédentarisées dans nos villages, avec un logement décent. Les parents ont un travail et les enfants sont scolarisés. Nos jeunes ont le goût de l'effort, de l'étude, de la fraternité. Ils pratiquent de nombreux sports et brillent dans les compétitions locales. Ici, il n'est pas question d'assistanat, mais d'aide, d'entraide, d'effort pour la collectivité et dans la solidarité. Nos villages sont propres, entretenus par les villageois. Nos jeunes sont aptes à recevoir le message de l'éducation du développement durable, après un long travail des fonds les a y préparant, en fait, ils font déjà l'éducation du développement durable sans le savoir. Il n'est jamais trop tard pour nommer une bonne idée. Ces paroles, chers amis, sont l'expression et les témoignages de 50 ans de vie au service des plus démunis. Merci.
Wow, that was fantastic. 16,000 children from poverty, from primary school to universities, 5,000 people put in decent housing from one man, one foundation. Thank you very much, Father Pedro, for the inspiring testimony. Your message is loud and clear. In order to transform things, we need to walk on the ground. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Kim Nor Skibsted, the CEO of Grandfors Foundation, Denmark. Kim is a former political activist and has, through his life, worked in politics, NGOs, media, communications, and the private sector to support and promote diversity, pragmatism, dialogue, and sustainable development. Today, he is CEO in one of the largest commercial foundations in Denmark, the Grandfors Foundation. Mr. Skibsted, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Father Pedro, for the very inspiring story from your life. I hope my story also could inspire some, because my story is not unique. It's not special. I'm not special. I'm just one of the guys. I'm one of a lot of people in the world, but we all share a dream, and maybe that dream can also become into an ambition that creates results for the planet and for our human fellow beings. So what I'm about to tell you is my personal story, which is maybe a story about transformation on a very personal level. My story is about my values and my principles, but also that I change tracks on the way. First of all, I also want to tell you that I'm very honored and privileged to be invited to speak here today, and my prayers go out to the people around the world who now are suffering and affected by this horrible COVID-19 pandemic. My story starts in Denmark. Denmark is one of the richest countries in the world. I grew up in a social housing project. My dad was a waiter. My mom was working in a store. But the one who really inspired me and really set the scene from my life was my granddad. He was an unskilled worker working on a chemical plant for decades, working with toxic waste, but also working very hard to make sure that he could create a better environment on the working place for his comrades, and also fighting in the political system for justice and fairness. He always told me that sometimes, Kim, sometimes the other side is right. You just have to listen, not create a conflict when there's really no conflict. Maybe we go into politics and have different views, but we should always be able to discuss and have a dialogue, and maybe even negotiate. He taught me that you can have a temper, but the real way to change the world is also to be patient. And if you want to do something good for other people, it's usually the best way you can do it is together with other people. You can't change the world on your own. He was, as I mentioned, an unskilled worker, working very hard to feed his 8 children. So I grew up in this working class environment, and also became politically active. As you can see on the slides, this is my grandfather on the top left corner, sitting in his couch after a hard day's work, together with his grandson, me. Later on, I was living in a social housing complex with my mom and dad, and you can see the picture where I have a key around my neck. That was because I was usually home alone, so I could go into the apartment myself. And that's where the dreams came into my mind. Maybe we could do things in the world that could mean that peace would be there. Because you have to remember, I grew up in the 60s and 70s, where we were talking about the nuclear weapons. We were talking about the potential nuclear war. We had the Berlin Wall, we have East and West, we had the Cold War. I wanted peace because peace is stability, and also the ability to live and work together. I learned about the definition about solidarity, who are the people in the world who are poorest, who are starving, do not have access to clean water, do not get the right education. Those are the people we should help. And even though we were poor in a very rich country, my granddad also told me that if you have the ability to do something, you also have the obligation. So I went into politics. I went into the youth political movement. I went to the Soviet Union to ask them to cut off the nuclear arms. I went to the USA and told them the same. I was an idealist. And the thing is that when I came into the political youth movement, I found out that we could talk to each other like fellow human beings, working for the common cause, but also discussing with youngsters with another political opinion, another ideology. And sometimes they were the ones who were right. Sometimes I learned, or usually I learned from the ones who had another opinion, had another background, another education. So I began to become much more curious in what others were thinking and why they were thinking and why they were sending me messages that I didn't really support, but somehow it sounds both sensible but also pragmatic. During my years in the political movement, I, of course, went into the political party, and I was so privileged to become a member of the Danish Parliament for a political party. And now you could say my career was on track. I was becoming a politician. But the thing was that I really didn't like it, even though politics is fascinating and you can change a lot. But politics is also trying to find the conflict in the dialogue, not finding the solution in the dialogue. Because sometimes we usually found the solution, but in order to play this theater so the voters could see us, we needed to create a conflict, so usually weren't there. So I got tired of listening to myself, creating conflicts, and always pointing my fingers at others. And what I really wanted to do was to shake hands with others, to make deals, to make compromises. I left politics and went into, I was at the university where I studied humanities in literature. And suddenly I found myself working in the private sector. I became a consultant working with communications and public affairs, learned the private sector how to deal with politicians and political systems in order to not influence legislations necessarily, but how to understand politics, how to understand politicians, and also how to understand media. Because the private sector, in my view, became a very important key to change. Even though the private sector is not democratic, the private sector is a key for sustainable development. It's also a key in many countries in order to create more democracy, to highlight equal rights. Working in the private sector gave me also the opportunity to talk to customers, to suppliers, to employees about how you can use the ability you have in the obligation to take on responsibility. Not just saying that you're a responsible business person or a responsible business, because there's no business in the world that would claim that they are not responsible. Everyone would say that they're responsible. But taking on responsibility is another thing, just like Father Pedro has done, and creating the change needed. So suddenly I was working with in retail, preventing a rainforest in South America to be chopped down, trying to convince customers to be more ethical in their consumption and try to look for brands that were made with a sustainable target as well. Not just consuming goods, but consuming the right goods, the good goods. I find myself suddenly standing in, as one of the pictures also showed, standing in the Senate in the United States, talking about how the United States could take on a larger role in promoting sustainable development, promoting the climate agreement from Paris and taking a greater part of that. I went to India and China and told them the same. I met very distinguished, very, very clever and influential politicians, and also asked them to join the private sector, the NGOs, and also the political parties on that journey in creating a platform where we can have the dialogue, the patience with each other, and use pragmatism as a tool to bring results. There will always be struggle. There will always be demonstrations, and we should raise our voices against poverty, against dictatorships, against people who try to suppress other people. That should be done. But we should also reach out to each other and try to understand where is the common platform, where's the common ground where we can meet and have this dialogue. Later in my career, now I'm a CEO of a foundation, which is the owner of one of the largest water technology companies in the world. And what I am experiencing now is what my father told me, that I have taken on a responsibility. I've transformed myself into a role where I can really see the values that I were brought up with materialize in my daily work. I'm helping out. I'm not saying I'm a saint or anything, but I'm helping out with other foundations, with private sector, with NGOs, governments, politicians, movements, citizens, to find out how can we create growth, prosperity, and bring quality to life for people. And one of the things is, if you have access to clean and safe drinking water, you have access to sanitation, you can suddenly get the energy to create the quality in your village, in your city, among your human beings. When I've been traveling especially in Africa, seeing refugee communities, suddenly refugees on both sides meeting up, working together in securing water for all. I can see in small villages in Africa, people coming together, making a payment system where you pay for the consumption of water, but the money you pay goes into the village's money box in order to invest in better sanitation, better water supply, and so that there's water for all so we can share it. The idea of setting a common ground, setting a pragmatic solution that everyone can live by and live with, and creating an atmosphere of common mutual understanding where you can still be disagreeing on various matters, but the basic stuff should be right, and that is human rights, access to water, sanitation, education, and so forth. This is what I'm working with today, being partly owner of a very large company, but that large company has always pledged that they will support sustainability, and they have always pledged, because it's a family and foundation-owned company, always made this pledge: if you have this ability, then you should use it. It's your obligation to change the world into a better place than it was when you came to the world. It should be much better when you leave it again. I'm doing this for my children, my daughter, my son, and my granddaughters. I think this is my legacy. I've enjoyed life for many years. I hope to stay on for many years as well. But when I'm gone, I don't want my descendants to remember me by that I made a mark. I tried to do something good for them, so that the planet was even greener and even more prosperous for them as well. So thank you so much for your attention.
I am not special. That's what Kim started with. But he had a dream, and he continued to live the dream. Along with the values and principles his grandfather, taught him. He has been able to change, and he continues to change tracks in people's life, in business, in politics, everywhere. So you can too. And that is education for sustainable development. Thank you very much, Kim, for sharing this passionate testimony on how you have been trying to make the world a sustainable place. I would like to remind everyone, please do go to Slido and post your questions. Also, remember that you can vote up the questions you find most relevant so that we can take advantage of this special panel that we have to contribute to some of those questions. Now, we go on to the last speaker, and in this particular section, and I am pleased to invite Ms. Kumira Godston, a very passionate youth leader from Trinidad and Tobago. She actively advocates for the improvement of the lives of young persons as she represents the UNESCO Education for Sustainable Development Youth Ambassadors and one of the ad hoc steering committee members of the UNESCO Youth Climate Action Network. Kumira believes that young persons have the potential and capacity to not only exchange ideas, but to be the movers and shakers that will drive positive action. Ms. Goldstone, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, hello everyone, and thank you for having me. As previously mentioned, my name is Kumira Goldstone, and I'm from the Swin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago is the southernmost island of the Caribbean, just north of Venezuela. And we are a small island developing state, a relatively small landmass with a population of 1.37 million persons and high economic activity along our coastline. Next slide. This means that we are extremely vulnerable to the effects of climate change, particularly sea level rise and increased storm frequency and intensity. Next slide. From a very young age, my grandfather would take my siblings and I on adventures. I remember him teaching us specifically about the role of coral reef ecosystems as one of the primary coastal defenses against climate change, and what we should do to protect this ecosystem. We would often swim or kayak out to sea, and I was able to see a real example of how the reef dissipated the waves and how it approached the coast. These moments are what fueled my passion. At high school, my geography teacher gave us a project on the anthropogenic effects of coastal ecosystems, but I wanted to do more. I immediately started an organization to raise awareness of the impacts and to implement community action. At 17, I pursued my Bachelor of Science in Marine Biology and Conservation Biology, and then a Master's in Integrated Coastal Zone Management, with a specialization in coral reef ecosystems. But this too was not enough. So I partnered with a local NGO to set up a coral nursery and other restoration activities. Subsequently, I contributed to scientific research and participated in high-level discussions to strengthen existing legislation on coastal zone management in my country. My actions were making an impact, but the root causes of coral degradation and coastal protection was still not addressed. Pollutants were still entering the waterways. Tourists were still trampling on the reefs, and the fishermen were still overfishing and dropping their anchors on coral reef beds. Next slide. In my country, I was saying it takes a village to raise a child. If we apply the same to this context, it means that we definitely need an all-of-society approach to addressing coastal resilience. All hands need to be on deck, working together and not in silos to create meaningful change. Transformation through education is crucial. Transformation requires us to attack root causes and not merely their symptoms. Persons need to understand the linkage between their actions and its impact on the environment. We cannot hold them accountable if we do not engage them. Next slide. So ESD became a big part of my world, with emphasis on young persons because they needed to be part of the discussion. If we are aiming towards sustainable development, we need to have the conversations with those who are going to be affected the most, recognizing the role of informal and formal education and its potential for experiential learning. Through education, we can assist persons to connect the dots and invest in long-term commitments that initiate change. Next slide. ESD is the key enabler to achieving the global goals. And if at the community level, we conduct coastal cleanups and reduce our plastic waste, there's less marine debris and less stress on the coral reef ecosystems. If we plant trees, there's less siltation entering our water courses and less stress on the coral reef ecosystem. If we conduct research and share data with policymakers to promote legislative change, there's less stress on the coral reef ecosystem. If we educate fishermen, tour guide operators, and members of the public on how they can reduce their impact and change their behavior, there is less stress on the coral reef ecosystem. It takes collective action at the community level to raise awareness on sustainability issues such as coral reef protection and climate change. ESD in action is citizens in action. By using innovative educational techniques at the community level, we can address complex issues and build resilience. Together, we can make significant strides to ensuring climate ambitions and an equitable future. Thank you.
Grandparents, parents, they are stars today. They are also teachers and mobilized in the Education for Sustainable Development train. I hear you loud and clear, Kumira. You said, I had to do something. I wanted to do more. And I'm sure that many of us listening to you would go out there and do more. Thank you very much, Kumira, for sharing your story. It's your story of transformation, and it's real. Thank you. Now, what we have just heard from the three inspiring speakers are very different. They have lived and are living in different parts of the world. They are of different age and gender and have been influenced by different generations and cultures. And they work in different fields. In the marginalized communities in Africa as a religious priest, in a city in Europe as the head of a private company foundation, and in the coast of a small island state in the Caribbean as a marine biologist. They all took action. However, we have also noticed many surprising commonalities found across all three stories. Please now take a moment to think what they are. As you begin to visit your Slido again with your questions. Now, what did you notice as the common features across the stories, especially as responses to the three questions of this session? Remember, the three questions are, how did transformation happen? How individual change influenced societal transformation? And what is the role of education? This takes us to Slido question 2. Back to your browser, please. Go to slido.com and event code 257926, 257926, shown on the screen, and share your thoughts in one word now. You can share in English, you can also share in French. And Slido question 2 is this: what are the commonalities found across the stories of transformation? One word. I'm trying to pick some of the words. Grandparents, action, yes. Yes, so many words are coming in. Commitment, passion. The star word is still action. That's the star word. Now, at this point, thank you so much. Keep the words coming, and keep your questions coming. We're getting there. I would like to invite back the panel, all the speakers, to discuss the commonalities. Also, to help us engage in this in-depth discussion, I'm pleased to invite a special panelist. He is Mr. Zulkifli Abdul Razak. He's the Rector, International Islamic University, Malaysia. Now, Zul was the Vice Chancellor of University Saint Malaysia and served as the President of the International Association of Universities. Zul was awarded the prestigious 2017 Gilbert Medal by Universitas 21 in recognition of his long-term commitment to a sustainable approach to international higher education. Thank you, Zul, for joining us, and welcome back, Father Pedro, Kumura, and Kim. But first, let me start by asking you, Zul, my question. What did you find as the commonalities across the testimonies on these questions?
Thank you very much for that. I would like to also acknowledge the speakers who have been giving a lot of inputs on this. I would say there are a number of things that is common that I can resonate with. First of all, I think is a question of context. 3 different speakers talk of 3 different contexts, but yet they talked about the same thing. They talk about values. They talk about patience. They talk about the willingness to go out of their way. They talk about their own ambition, their dreams. These are values that normally is not very well enshrined in our education system. A question of a sense of purpose, which is larger than just education, than just employment, than just making a living. I think that's the kind of values that I think connects all the 3 speakers that I can see. And these are the values that actually motivates us from inside out rather than outside in. And I think this is a kind of a push that all of us must have if we want to translate something into reality, to make ideas, to use Kim's word, to make ideas real so that it becomes something that is useful not only to us, but to the people around us. And how do you make this happen is by displaying our passion or be compassionate to others, the kind of values that I think it is important that is normally missed out in many education systems as we go into something which is very tangible rather than intangible. I'm very delighted that it started with Father Pedro. In other words, this whole ideas of spirituality, consciousness, intuitiveness. These are something that I think which is very, very important, that I find it is very common in the context, and also it resonates in the kind of work that we do. In other words, in our terms, if I can share you, we've got our own document that talks about the 4 things. One is to be empowered. The other one is to be flexible in the empowerment. and do innovation. And last but not least, which is important also, where all the speakers talks about, is to be accountable. To do something that at the end of the day, we are accountable for it, not to do it just because somebody pushes to do it, but because as a sign of purpose, that it becomes our duty to contribute back to humanity, the things that we have gained from the many things that we have from education, from politics, or even from religion itself. How do you give back so that other people will prosper at the same time? I'll stop there for a moment in time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zil. I would like to ask for a quick intervention, from the other panelists, starting with Father Pedro. And we are running out of time, but so if you could just make a 2-minute intervention so that I can go round. Father Pedro, on the commonalities, yes.
Well, les points communs, c'est que nous avons tous une envie de changer. Nous comprenons que nous sommes dans un monde qui a beaucoup de pauvreté. Les pauvretés existent partout, même dans les pays riches. Et qu'il manque de valeurs, il manque un sens d'éthique, comme il vient de dire mon frère Kim ou ma sœur Goulstone. Nous essayons partout, avec de la volonté, changer quelque chose. Et à travers l'éducation. Parce que dans l'éducation, on ne doit pas seulement transmettre des connaissances, mais aussi des valeurs, avoir un sens dans la vie. Et bien ça, c'est très important, savoir que nous ne sommes pas seuls, que nous devons vivre avec les autres, respecter les autres, vivre dans la solidarité, vivre dans la fraternité, partager les richesses humaines. Toutes les richesses de la Terre sont données pour tous les êtres humains. Nous n'avons pas choisi naître en Argentine, ou en Danemark, ou en Trinidad et Tobago, ou en Afrique, ou en Asie. Là où nous sommes nés, Dieu, le Créateur l'a voulu, Dieu l'a voulu. Eh bien, c'est là où nous devons essayer de créer un lieu, un oasis d'espérance, de justice, de fraternité, de solidarité par l'éducation.
Okay. Thank you very much, Father Pedro. May I quickly now go on to Kim? Let me pose you the question of how individual change influenced societal transformation. From what you've heard from the speakers and also from the comments of the participants, what would you say are the possible answers to this question?
I think we all, as human beings, like role models. People that inspire us, not necessarily strong leaders or athletes or actors or superstars, but people near ourselves, our hearts, families, neighbors, friends that inspire us and by example lead the way. It could be in your everyday life, but it could also be in the workplace or a political party. That's not that important. But I think we need role models. And when we talk about sustainable development, and this is something I've been working with for 35 years, we need strong leadership. Strong leaders in the world are the ones who lead by example and do not have an ego that is blinding them for the bigger purpose. And if we can have leadership back where we take upon leadership, all of us, for our own lives, but also in order to help others, then we become role models for an inspiration for a lot of people. One of the things I think young people should discuss while in the educational system is that life is not a competition. Life is not about becoming better than others. It's becoming good at what your talent reaches out for you to do, but it's really to help each other, because by helping each other, other peoples will help you. So I think it's trying to use the definitions, the wording in another way, and creating an expectation to each other to be a fellow human being.
Oh, thank you very much, Kim, for your insights. And at this point, let me continue to encourage all the participants. We do need your questions. We need your insight. We need you. So please visit Slido, visit the section on questions and answers. Kumira, yeah, as the voice of the youth, in your view, what are the key words that respond to the question of how individual change influence social transformation?
Okay, so I have 3 points. Firstly, holistic approaches. I believe in multiple sectors being involved in decision-making processes and offering different perspectives so that there can be some holistic picture and drive towards sustainable development. I also believe in monitoring and evaluation. It's important to reassess at multiple points so that you know that we are on the right path and that we are continuing to address the issues that are at hand. And also empowerment. This means giving persons, especially the most vulnerable, the tools that they need to enact meaningful change and ensure sustainability.
Oh, thank you so much, Kumira. We have discussed and reviewed how individual transformation takes place and how individual change influences societal transformation. In the ESD for 2030 framework document and related publications, UNESCO has underlined the contribution of education to building a more just and sustainable world. In particular, on how ESD can help foster individual transformation and societal change. Now, let us dive deeper into the third question. What is the role of education to foster individual and societal transformation for sustainable development? This leads us to Slido poll question 3. And I would like you to go back to Slido, and this is a poll, and rank the most popular answer will be ranked first. So you go and tick the answer you think is the right way to go. What do you think needs to be strengthened in education to foster individual and societal transformation for sustainable development? You're going to find about 6 options. It begins. Yes, I'm unable to read them out. You can see. All right, learning about facts and issues on sustainable development looks to be very popular. Yes, keep it going. While we wait for the vote results to come, let me turn to you first. Zul, in your view, what do you think should be strengthened in education to become transformative? If you can unmute yourself.
I think education must make the connection between people, society, environment, and humanity. We cannot talk about education in a very isolated way, the way it is now, meant for examinations and for a single purpose. I think education needs to be more encompassing, working together, learning from one another, and in fact, I think exposing ourselves to a kind of a dialogue that we have not had. I like the quote when Kim said, "I'm tired to listening to myself." Oftentimes we talk just about ourselves, not knowing what others are all about. Ubuntu is a fantastic word. We have the same word in Malaysia called sejahtera, that we want to know what others are thinking so that we can move in unison, that we can also tackle other problems around the world as such. And that's what education is to me, as far as sustainable development is concerned.
Thank you very much, Sil. We now have responses from many participants. And the results show strengthening teachers' skill, and competencies in contextualizing curriculum, reinforcement. Oh, okay, now that's in French now. So the highest vote went to strengthening teacher skill. And I think yesterday's session, there was a lot of hammering on this subject, that the skills and competencies of teachers need to be strengthened. Then secondly, it's exposure to other realities related to sustainability. Then the third one is exposure to issues on sustainability. And the fourth one, provision of guides for action, sustainability issues in schools. Then the fifth one, learning about facts and issues on sustainability. Wow, this is interesting. What are your thoughts and reactions to the feedback from participants? Father Pedro, what do you think about the feedback that is coming in? If you can unmute yourself, Father Pedro.
Alors oui, oui, vous savez, je pense que sur un sujet aussi vaste que l'éducation, il y en a autant d'idées et de souhaits que des habitants sur Terre. Et parce que nous avons tous quelque chose à dire. Nous avons tous des richesses. Et je pense que tout ce qui vient de dire, c'est bien. Et que nous devons toujours insister sur les valeurs qu'on a dit tout à l'heure et la vérité, et réveiller la conscience dans nos enfants et nos jeunes, conscience de savoir qu'ils ont un devoir et un droit et un devoir face aux autres. Et que aussi, il faut inviter constamment nos jeunes, nos enfants à dialoguer avec tout ce qui nous entoure. Et aussi réveiller un sens critique, et bien sûr nous évaluer, comme il a disait ma sœur de Trinidad Tobago, nous évaluer constamment pour savoir si nous sommes dans le bon chemin.
Thank you very much, Father Pedro. You are so right that we need to awaken values, truth, awaken the conscience, which is very key. I would like to bring up one of the questions, to Kumira. How can the voices of the younger generation be integrated into the transformation process? The voices of how can it be integrated? Because this is an issue that is coming up, from our participants.
Okay, so firstly, persons have to be aware of what they are passionate about. Find your passion, understand what you're about, and connect with persons who have a similar passion as you, and that will cause the amplification of your message. So when you do that, and make sure that you have persons to support and proper evidence-based structures to support your point. So I think having a seat at the decision-making table, you must always demand your seat at the decision-making table, because at the end of the day, sustainable development affects us the most as young persons. So we should have our part to play and amplify our voices.
Oh, thank you very much. And Mr. Zul, would you like to comment on the responses that we received?
Well, I think the session has been very enlightening in the sense that it brings out the new dimension of education. I mean, education has been there for a long time, but sustainable development has not been addressed. I think this particular session brings out the whole idea of how we can act together as humanity. So that I would want to talk about the values again. In our education system, for example, how do we learn to sympathize with other people? Unless we learn how to sympathize with other people, then sustainable development will not take roots. It may be a very superficial thing, but unless and until you learn how to sympathize with people which is far away, away. Africa is far away from Asia, yet sympathizing with them will connect me to them. And that will lead us to another value, which I think is important, which is about empathy. How do you go out and work with them and actually learn out of the classroom? I think this whole idea of a school bounded by four walls is no longer valid in the days of people are communicating in various ways. We need to move out, we need to break out into the society and work with them, dirty our hands and learn from them at the same time. I think these are the new dimensions that I hope will bring out as we move into Education for Sustainable Development 2030.
Oh, thank you so much, Zul. Let me quickly come to Kim again, because so many questions are coming in. I have a question for Kim. Kim, what is, in your opinion, the most important thing to teach the young generation?
Respect and knowledge. Knowledge about other cultures and knowledge about how not to interfere. Because I was thinking also after my speech and what I've been doing for many lives in politics, in media, NGOs, and also in the private sector, I'm not the one who knows what's best in Madagascar or in Kenya or in Russia or in India. People living there know what's best. What I know about is the technical competence I have with water systems or engineering or humanities where I'm educated. So the education is about getting skills and competences and knowledge, so you become you can find a role or breed your own talent to do something good for yourself and others. But one thing I'm missing in the educational system, especially in where I live, is the ability to gain respect for people living other places, other cultures. Some of the things I've discovered working and traveling around the world, and especially also when I mentioned the refugee communities in African countries, are where I learned something. I'm not educating anyone. I'm learning from them how I can be a component in sustainable development, but where they are the drivers of really creating that sustainable development in their own terms, in their country, in their context. So I think if we can create an educational atmosphere and a skill set that has to do with respect for other people, other cultures, but also respect that we are all just components in a big solution, then I think something new could happen. And then when I'm seeing also the polls about sustainable development and skills within sustainable development in the educational systems, it's what our young people should learn is to take on responsibility and use their talent that can create a better planet for all of us.
Well, thank you very much, Keen. Respect, responsibility. I remember that at the beginning of the United Nations Decade of Education for Sustainable Development in 2004, these were themes that were, flagged, so they are still relevant today. Respect, responsibility. Yes, that takes me to the next question. Father Pedro, there is a question for you. And the question reads, what role do you think education and education for sustainable development have to play in the struggle against inequality and the gap between rich and poor countries? Did you get the question, Father? I can repeat it one more time. Oui? Okay.
Écoutez, tout le monde sait le gouffre qui existe entre le pays riche et le pays pauvre, l'hémisphère nord et l'hémisphère sud. Tout le monde connaît. Il y avait tant de belles promesses, de belles idées, mais qui ne se sont jamais concrétisées, jamais. Alors, justement, j'aime beaucoup les mots empathie qu'on vient de dire. Je ne sais pas si c'était Koumira ou c'était Kim. Et il faut qu'il y ait de l'empathie. Nos frères de l'hémisphère nord et l'hémisphère sud, nous sommes une seule famille humaine. Une seule famille humaine. On doit s'entraider. Et c'est dans l'école. C'est dans l'école, c'est dans l'éducation qu'on va dire à un étudiant, mais tu n'es pas seul. Tu as aussi d'autres personnes qui sont d'autres cultures, d'autres civilisations qu'il faut respecter et qu'il faut tenir compte. Et, eh bien, nous, dans un lieu de violence, où il y avait anarchie, où il y avait violence, où il y avait beaucoup de bagarres quotidiennes, eh bien, nous avons créé, après 32 ans, un lieu, un oasis de paix, de fraternité, de partage, où les gens, ils sont contents de vivre, et avec presque des moyens dérisoires, si on se réfère au matériel, à l'argent. Mais on est heureux, parce qu'il y a entre nous un respect. On s'entraide. Quand on souffre, on est à côté. On se porte secours. Voilà, je pense que c'est pas comment répondre, mais les solutions sont là. Tout le monde sait, mais pourquoi il y a manque de volonté à réaliser ce qu'on dit? Tout ce que les Nations Unies ont déjà dit sur la pauvreté, aider aux pays en développement, mais ce ne sont jamais réalisés. Alors, moi, je pense que dans l'éducation, on peut à la base dire à l'enfant, en Asie, en Afrique, en Amérique latine, en Amérique du Nord, en Europe, en Australie, que nous sommes tous égaux, tous frères, tous sœurs, que nous faisons tous partie d'une seule planète, Terre.
Thank you very much, Father Pedro. Yes, and that takes us also to the next question, which is also important. You've mentioned the issue of political will, and I would like to hear from Kumura. You know, we have a question here that what were the greatest opposition that you faced in making transformation, and how did you overcome it? Because it would be nice to share this, because there are many young people listening to us. There are difficulties on the way. How did you overcome it? What were they, and how did you overcome it?
Okay, thank you. One of the biggest challenges that young persons face right now, well, myself personally as well, is that we are stuck in this formal education path. And as soon as we leave the formal education system, we have no experience in terms of making real change happen on the ground. And that is what society thinks of us in terms of how can we contribute to meaningful change in decision making. And it is important to not only understand how you can play your part, but do your research to move away from the traditional forms of education, move away from traditional mechanisms, and learn from the different experiences, understand the different perspectives, know where persons are coming from, and build your path, like create your path that week. So that's my suggestion.
Oh, thank you very much. And let me quickly go to Zul. We have so many questions. Let's see how many we can take. Let me quickly go to Zul. This question is on climate change. It says, what is the best way to deal with climate skeptics that want to continue with business as usual, spreading disinformation and fake news?
The first thing I think we need to understand about climate change is we are the one that is responsible for the climate crisis. It is a human problem. It is an anthropogenic problem. In other words, we are the source of the problem, and therefore we need to fix ourselves in a way that we get things right as far as our interaction with the environment and also the planet Earth as large. So I think this is the point that I think we all miss. We keep on talking about policies, politics, which is outside us, when the problem is within us, that we are not able to understand what the microcosm of a human person is all about, that is reflected by the microcosm outside. Until and unless we learn how to live a balanced life, we will not be able to solve the problem of climate change because our life remains imbalanced. I'll give you a very simple example. Now, under the pandemic, people are talking we are not allowed to go shopping. We hope that will bring down whatever change that has been happening. But yet the habits is the same. People do shopping now online. They still do the irresponsible consumption, but they're doing it in a different way. They are not changing their habits. The delivery is different. but the habit is still the same. And I think we need to fix that. In other words, once we talk about climate change, we need to change our lifestyle altogether. The rich needs to come down to a level where we may use the word, how do you now flatten the curve? That expenditure will be the same throughout. Not the rich having, 8% in the world control 60% of the economy, and the rest are not having anything. So I think these are kind of issues that we need to talk about. How do we manage this as an individual so that overall we will get the same impact throughout the world?
Yeah, thank you very much, Zil. Now, there is this interesting question we got that I asked Komura. Now that I see that we still have a bit of time, not much, but I would like to know the perspective of Father Pedro and Kim. What were the greatest opposition that you faced in making transformation, and how did you overcome them? If you can briefly just tell us something, what were the greatest opposition? Was it so easy? What was it? Father, let me start with you, Father Pedro.
Vous savez, l'habitude, c'est une deuxième nature. Quelqu'un qui a vécu dans l'extrême pauvreté des dizaines d'années, il pense que c'est son sort, c'est son destin de vivre ainsi. Et ensuite, il faut le convaincre qu'une autre vie est possible, mais avec beaucoup de patience, comme il disait le grand-père de Kim, avec beaucoup de patience et à beaucoup d'amour qu'il sent que vous vous intéressez à lui, que vous l'aimez, que vous le respectez. Et ensuite, beaucoup d'indifférence. Les gens sont devenus assez différents parce que la vie est dure. Et cette dureté de la vie a rendu les gens insensibles à la souffrance des autres. Et tout cela s'enchaîne avec un désespoir. Et bien, nous avons dû lutter contre tous ces obstacles. Hein. Mais des obstacles, il y en a partout. Il n'y a aucun chemin dans notre vie humaine où il n'y a pas d'obstacles, où il n'y a pas de difficultés. Ça existe et ça fait partie de la vie. Mais justement, ensemble, on peut se donner la force. Ensemble, le modèle d'un autre, l'inspiration de quelqu'un, de mon frère, de l'autre bout du monde, m'inspire à faire quelque chose dans mon pays, dans ma famille, dans mon village. Voilà, à Madagascar, on dit « ad initiainen », ça veut dire un proverbe. La vie, c'est un combat. Et vraiment, la vie est un vrai combat. Mais on va gagner.
Yes, I like that. Life is a battle, but with hope and us working together, it's a battle we're going to win. Kim, what was your greatest opposition and how did you deal with it?
People speculating what my intentions were. So be frank and tell why are you passionate about something? Why are you so committed to be involved in change or development? Be frank and very open, but also open-minded to other perspectives. One of the things what I've seen the best results by is when we use inclusion, where people are included in some of the solutions. Because as I told you earlier, I don't think I'm special, and I do not have the solution to everything. But maybe I have some ideas, and combined with people's ideas elsewhere, maybe we could come up with the right solutions. So the usual global political positions where some might have an idea that coming from the rich north, I want to save the world. I cannot do that, but I can maybe help someone do it. And maybe I can support with knowledge, also financial, but also with insights that can assist others in constructing their lives and their societies into be more inclusive, just like I've been experiencing ever since I was a small boy. So it's including other people's hearts and minds in the solutions. Then you come up with the best one.
Wow, thank you. Thank you, Kim. There's this question for all of you, and it reads, individual change is enhanced when they find support and inspiration in networks. For example, Sustainable Teachers Network. How can the state facilitate these networks? Maybe another way of putting it is, how can the state facilitate working together? Just like Father Pedro said. Kumira, let me start with you.
Okay, so it's about creating these spaces where persons have the opportunity to come around the same table, engage. So, for example, persons who speak different languages, just facilitate that process of interpretation. Persons who have different cultures, facilitate them to interact and engage with each other so that they can sufficiently communicate and make the change that they want to see.
Yeah, thank you. Zul?
I think basically I'm now a little bit skeptical about the state helping us. I think we are the state. We need to do what we need to do and let the state come around. To depend on the state, at least in developing countries, is a far-fetched dream. I think we need to take action collectively and make sure that the state are held responsible for what they're supposed to do.
Oh,
thank you.
Thank you very much. We need to do what we need to do.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, Kim, you've been working with politicians. Can you throw light on this?
I think it's right to that the state is all of us, and I think there's a need for that. I mentioned that earlier. There's a huge need for leadership, and leadership is not just deciding for themselves. Leadership is also being inclusive, also in the political processes, and also showing various political ideologists and political parties, and also political interested citizens around the world, that the best way to do politics is to have a dialogue and listen to each other and make the compromises, find the solutions together, because usually it's doable. Because sometimes, also because I've been in politics, sometimes we have a tendency that when we look at politics, it's a battle about who gets the most power and who's to blame and who's right. I think sometimes we urge for people or politicians to come together and find the solution. That I listened earlier today at this conference, representatives from all nations telling how much they support the sustainable developments, the SDGs and ESG. Everyone is supportive. But how come the world is still not peaceful? So it's not about making the right speeches at the right events. It's about making solutions come to life in everyday life, in each country, in each village, in each small province. So I think the politicians in the future will be measured on the results and the solutions and the progress they make, and not how loud they sound. We just experienced that, over there. And finally, there's quietness and stability again. I think people need that.
Oh, thank you very much. Yes, ESD 2030 is right about that. It's about solutions and actions and results. We want to see them. Father Pedro, so how can the state encourage, facilitate this togetherness you talked about?
L'État a le rôle principal parce qu'il est élu du peuple. Quand c'est un élu ce sont des élus du peuple. Mais quand l'État ne le fait pas, alors les citoyens, le peuple prend ses responsabilités. Et c'est là qu'ils sont nés les ONG et tous les mouvements de solidarité. Il faut que nos politiciens s'aperçoivent que s'ils sont élus, c'est pour que ce pouvoir qu'on les a donné, c'est seulement pour servir. Et qu'un pouvoir, c'est égal service. Mais malheureusement, quelquefois, nous prenons le pouvoir comme un honneur, ou nous enrichir personnellement. Et ça, c'est une maladie qui est présente dans tout le monde, dans tout le monde. Mais il faut que dans l'école, dans l'éducation, on puisse dire à nos enfants, à nos jeunes, que si un jour tu auras une responsabilité dans la société, dans ton pays, essaye de servir à ton peuple. Essaye d'être un bon citoyen. Essaye d'être juste, d'être vrai et de servir à l'humanité.
So government must listen to Father Pedro. Power is about service. Yes, there is this question. Let me go. And I think I would like all of you to have a say to the next question. But please, if you could just take 1 minute so that I can take maybe 2 more questions. And this one has to do with indigenous communities. It says indigenous communities often have their own knowledge of sustainability. How can they be given a platform to share their knowledge on ESD? 1 minute, please. Maybe we go, let's start with Zul. Yes.
Okay.
How can indigenous communities?
I would like to start off with the definition of sustainable development. Right now, we talk about sustainable development in terms of what the future, what the present is, and how the future will not be compromised. I'm always asking what happened to the past. The past is where the indigenous knowledge and the indigenous wisdoms are. Most of the indigenous community around the world have been sustainable. They have been living a lifestyle that they are advocating and they are committed to. And I thought, therefore, now we need to look back at what has been happening in the past as a kind of a role model, if you want to, so that we understand what sustainable development is all about within its context. It's not something imported from somewhere or a report made by somewhere else. We need to find the context, and the context is within the indigenous community, indigenous values, and indigenous wisdom.
Thank you very much, Zul. I am so sorry. I have to round up now. So, I mean, it's been such an exciting time. And I'd like to thank you very much, Father Pedro, Kumira, Kim, Zul. Thank you so much for your excellent insights and very frank discussions. And thank you to all our participants out there, all around the world, who have actively participated in this session. We're sorry we're not able to go through your questions, but they are very relevant. As education for sustainable development for 2030 framework states, ESD is action in action, is basically citizenship in action. You and I in action. It evokes the lifelong learning perspective taking place not only at school, but also outside school environment. You've heard about grandfathers and their children, you know, and so on. So in this effort, I hope this session has been a meaningful discussion to identify ways that education can contribute to the transformation of individuals and societies. There are 4 words I would like to leave with you. The first one is mindset, which is connected to values. Then the second one is willingness, the willingness to effect change. The third one is the ability to effect the change, the competence, the education. And the last one is the continuous monitoring of that change to effect a better tomorrow. All these are captured in ESD for 2020. With this, we come to the end of the 6 testimonies of transformative action for the SDGs of UNESCO World Conference on Education for Sustainable Development. The question we sought to answer was, how does societal change for sustainable development happen? You have seen how it happened in the lives of our panelists. I share with you one picture that tells it all. Can we have, I mean, you can see that picture. Walking together, hand in hand, in all our beautiful colors, leaving no one behind, in all our languages, our cultures. Your story is next. Together, we transform. So, let's do it. Thank you so much for joining.
And thank you, Ms. Ogbuigwe, for those inspiring words and for expertly moderating that plenary session. We're about to head into a break, but before we do, I have a few points I want to bring up for you. First and foremost, I've mentioned this already, our Education for SDGs Marketplace. This is the virtual exhibition booth, a hall rather, that you can visit with various booths. We have stakeholders and initiatives from around the world showcasing their work. There are live sessions, opportunities to interact as well. So do check that out if you haven't had the time to do so yet. Also, when we return in about an hour's time, we will go right into 5 concurrent sessions that will drill down into how education can bring about transformative change in sustainable development. Now, those concurrent sessions will go through the course of the afternoon and into the early evening. So that means we will not conclude the day here together on the main stage, but rather in those concurrent sessions. So we do hope that you enjoy them. And I want to flag up one program point that might be particularly interesting for you. At 5:15 Central European Time, we have our Meeting German Good Practices session. This will be very interesting. It's a showcase for 15 different initiatives from across Berlin and across Germany that are already in place working in sustainable development. Everything from vegetable gardens and fair trade to nature experiences for young kids who live in big cities. And keep an eye out for one initiative in particular that I want to highlight for you from the Swedish Embassy that is focusing on how education for sustainable development can promote gender equality. So we hope that you do join us for that session at 5:15 Central European Time. And one final note before we head into the break, tomorrow is the final day of our UNESCO World Conference on Education for Sustainable Development, and we will start the morning in concurrent sessions again, looking at how to put that roadmap into place. So we will see each other all together again on the main stage to conclude the conference around midday. Until then, we hope that you enjoy all of the sessions and input, and don't forget to network. We'll see you soon.